No.
And that's critical, okay? Because witnesses had testified that they never heard Owens say she was going to kill Lawrence, which was one of the reasons that Lawrence had claimed she was so scared. During Uriel's cross-examination by the defense, they really emphasized that the confrontation was intense.
And then after that, you started banging on Miss Susan's regular door, right?
Yes.
And she was banging really hard, wasn't she?
Yeah, mad hard, yes.
I'm sorry?
Hard, yes.
And bang, 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 hard, right?
Yes.
And she was doing it with her fist, right?
Yes.
And AJ was talking really loud as she was banging and banging and banging on that door, correct?
Yes.
Her tone was a loud one and a mad one, right?
Yes.
She was screaming, right?
Yes.
And where she was banging in the middle of the door, kind of like where the door handle is, right?
Objection or misrepresentation of the testimony.
Hold on 1 second. Overrule the objection. He can answer the question if he knows.
Okay. And she was banging in the middle of the door, kind of like where the door handle is, correct?
No.
She wasn't?
She was banging in, not the middle where the door handle was. Not like beside the door handle, just the middle.
Just the middle? Okay. But in that area, that's when she's banging with her fist, right? And I know you don't want to curse, so I'm going to mention some words, and then you let me know if these are the words that you said. I know you don't want to say it, I understand. But we have to know exactly the words she was using. She was using the words, right?
Yes.
And right?
Yes.
And she was saying things like this, right?
Yes.
And as I mentioned before, when that bullet flew through the door and struck Owens, it hit her in the chest. And according to body camera footage, she stumbled a few feet from Lawrence's door before collapsing. Witnesses tried to help staunch the bleeding and keep Owens conscious until paramedics could take over. But you had a forensic pathologist who testified about the absolutely catastrophic nature of Owens' injuries.
Can you describe to the jury the damage that the projectile caused as it entered her body and proceeded through it?
Sure. So the projectile entered the right side of the chest. It then hit the fourth rib, after which it went through her right lung. It went through the heart. It went through the esophagus. It also went through the aorta, after which it went through the diaphragm, the spleen, and it was recovered from the left lower abdomen area.
Now, as we know, everybody has the opportunity to testify in their own defense, right? It's their right. And while they can listen to attorney advice, the decision whether or not to take the stand is left up entirely to each individual defendant.
Ms. Lawrence, have you discussed with your attorneys the decision regarding whether or not you will testify or not?
Yes, I have.
Do you need any additional time to discuss that decision with them?
No.
Have they forced you to make a decision in any way?
No.
Have you made a decision on your own?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell us what that decision is?
I am not going to testify.
You've made that decision freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Okay.
So both the state and the defense rested their cases, and then they delivered their closing arguments.
She was angry the kids were being noisy, and she admitted to throwing the roller skate like we saw in the photo a few minutes ago. She told the 911 operator that she was sick of the children. Her words were, "They are bothering me. They won't effing stop." She wasn't afraid. She was angry. You heard the tone of that 911 call. The 911 call, an operator asked, "Are you in danger?" And she said, "No, I locked my door." She locked her metal door. We know from her 911 call, the main lock was engaged. We know from her interview with the detectives, the deadbolt was engaged. So at this time, she is behind a closed, locked, deadbolted metal door, standard metal door, about 1.75 inches thick. She's behind that in her concrete block home. Ms. Owens made it clear to the defendant that she wanted the defendant to come out and deal with this situation. If Ms. Owens wanted to get into that house, all she had to do was take something from the patio, that little Santa thing that was sitting there, throw it through the sliding glass door, shatter the door, and get in there. She didn't do any of that. Because her goal was not to get in the house. It was to get the defendant to come out and deal with the situation with her children. Even in the defendant's interview with the detectives, she was asked what was the first thing that came out of Ms. Owens' mouth. And the defendant said, Ms. Owens first said, "I want to speak to you because you're talking to my sons. I don't like the way you're talking to my sons."
If Susan Lawrence was in a dwelling in which she had a right to be, she had no duty to retreat. If you remember during the trial, Mr. Smith had asked some of the witnesses, did Susan shoot from way back there by her bedroom? Did she shoot from behind that countertop or behind that kitchen? It doesn't matter, because she has no duty to retreat, and she can stand her ground when she is in her dwelling if she is faced with imminent danger. Another important part of this is if she reasonably believed. We do not judge Susan Lawrence with what we in this courtroom have experienced in life. It's not what I would do, or Mr. Buxman or Mr. Smith would do in that circumstance. It's what Susan Lawrence reasonably believed was necessary to prevent That's a very important word. Prevent.
It only took about 2.5 hours for the jury to come back with a verdict.
Verdict as to count one. We, the jury, find as to count one of the charge. The defendant is guilty of manslaughter.
So what happens next? Well, ahead of her sentencing, Lawrence met with a licensed psychologist who testified at the sentencing hearing in November of 2024 that Lawrence had PTSD after suffering severe abuse and trauma during her childhood. And this psychologist was also asked about how Lawrence reacted to the enormous consequences of her actions.
Was she very remorseful in regard to Miss Owens and her passing away?
To me, she expressed, especially in the last 2 times that I saw her, that when she looks at this rationally, right, she said to me, I now realize that she was like a mama bear, taking care of her kids. And that's how I see her now. But that's not what I saw that day.
Owens' mother, who had been a powerful voice in the call for justice in this story, gave a heartbreaking statement on behalf of the family.
My name is Pamela Dias. I am the mother of Ashika Owens, who was shot and killed by Susan Lawrence. I stand before you with the burden of articulating and conveying the depth of our grief and the trauma that Susan Lawrence inflicted on our lives. And to also share the devastating impact that Susan caused when she fatally shot my daughter, Ashika Owens, on June 2nd of 2023. It is virtually impossible to convey all of the ways.
Now, Lawrence may have chosen not to testify in her own defense during the trial, but she certainly had a lot to say during sentencing, speaking for nearly 15 minutes.
This woman kept coming after me. I had approached her because I was watering my plants, and she's going, oh, there's a crazy old white lady. And I'm like, you can't just go around saying someone's crazy. I mean, it was insanity. So I went to say something to her, and she verbally attacked me again. She's like, you've been calling my kids racist names and stuff. And I said, no, ma'am, I have not. And she kept getting angrier and angrier. The more I said no, the angrier she got. So finally I said, I was terrified. I mean, she went from a very relaxed position to a position here. I could see her neck veins starting to bulge. Her pulse is really getting, fast. And I'm thinking, she's going to beat the hell out of me right here in the street. So I said, listen, I'm sorry. If that's what you think I said, I'm very sorry. I don't mean to offend anybody. I didn't say it, but I'm sorry. I went to walk away, and she's following 1 foot behind me the whole time to my apartment till I slammed the door in the face. Again, never had anyone do anything that aberrant in my life.
Lawrence did finally get around to apologizing to the people whose lives she completely ripped apart. Well, maybe I should say sort of apologized.
I would like to make a statement to AJ's mom, children, and friends. It is with heavy heart and great remorse I write this letter to you. First and foremost, I am so sorry that I took AJ's life. I never intended to kill her. The night I shot that gun, I was confused as to why she was screaming and pounding on my door. I had an idea that told her I had hit him. I could not understand why she was so angry. And she truly scared me. Now that I know he told her I hit him, I am just profoundly sad. Not only did a mother die, but a daughter and a sister. I think of your family's loss and know how hard it is to lose someone you love. Not being able to see that person, or just talk to that person is such an empty feeling. I so wish I could go back and change things so that she was still here. I would trade my life so that she could be here, if it were possible. I know that you have all suffered from her loss, and I have prayed for you and your family during this time so that you can, that God could help you. Nothing I can do will change the outcome. I can only tell you I have cried and I feel horrible for my actions. Please accept my humble and sincere apology for this tragedy.
Judge Robert Hodges didn't hold back as he considered what the punishment for Susan Lawrence should be, what she deserved for killing Owens.
When I look at the nature of the offense, I find that the shooting was completely unnecessary in this case. Miss Lawrence was behind the door was locked. She had already called law enforcement. They were en route. She knew they were en route. She was in a relatively safe position. For some reason, she went into her room and found a gun. She could have stayed in the room and put another locked door between her and Miss Owens, but she came back out, put herself in front of the door. And at the time she fired the gun through the door, she was safe. Miss Owens was simply, although she was clearly banging loudly and was probably very angry over the whole situation, it appears to be she was mostly demanding that Miss Lawrence come outside, which would indicate she had no indication of coming inside the house. So when Miss Lawrence fired the gun through the door, she did so knowing a person was directly on the other side of the door. So what I'm going to do in this case is order is she being adjudicated guilty of manslaughter with a firearm, and order to serve 25 years in the Department of Corrections. With credit for 538 days. $100 cost of prosecution, $100 fine, court cost. Good luck to you, ma'am. You have 30 days to appeal.
Susan Lawrence is serving her sentence at the Homestead Correctional Institution in Homestead, Florida. She did a prison interview, by the way, with WCJB in September of this year, completely stuck to her story. That includes the allegation that the boys told her they were going to beat her up, that Owens had said she was going to kill her. And by the way, as I mentioned, these are statements that witnesses said they did not hear. According to the Florida Department of Corrections website, Susan Lawrence's release date is set for April 8th, 2048. And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, where
Hold on, y'all, because I didn't know she had done the interview. Let me see if I can find her right quick. Please, she doesn't even believe her.
People are asking
Yeah, she got convicted of manslaughter.
Yeah, people are asking why manslaughter and not first degree. Well, she shot through a door, right? She couldn't see on the other side of the door, so she just wildly shot through the door. Now she could probably hear her, she could probably guess where she is, but because it's not line of sight and she could have shot anywhere and that woman could have been anywhere standing, it's can't be premeditated. Not even second degree could be proven because again, she just wildly shot
Well,
through the
if you
door.
listen to just like we did the two, I mean, clown. Listen, if you listen like we did to all of this, you know, back then we was in too deep. We felt like it was premeditated, remember? But apparently the courts didn't think so, right?
No, they couldn't substantiate that she willingly thought about shooting through that door and uh unaliving her. That's the
Right.
difference between first degree, second degree. Is there's a thought in your mind that you're going to unalive this person.
Let me make that
Okay.
announcement again.
Okay.
Let me make that announcement one more time. I forget. I forgot. You got to remind me to make it.
Okay.
So Tanya and everybody else in the chat that knows this guy that's speaking right now, his name now is the Clown. Please only refer to him as in my comment section. Refer to him as the Clown. Okay? Can y'all do that for me? I know you know him by another name. As you can tell, I'm having issues with that name. But he is now known as the Clown. Okay, don't put man. It's gonna go on forever because he
Yeah.
cannot use that name
Yeah.
because his channel will be taken away again.
Yeah, they're
Damn,
coming after me.
I said that
Okay.
earlier.
So again, yeah, again, the second degree could be a stretch, and I don't think they wanted to push it to the fact where they would have to prove that she willingly shot through that door to
And that's what I'm
unalive
talking
her.
about, Tanya. Clown. That's what we was upset about before. She didn't even know whether those kids was behind the door. And honestly, the son, the one that the son, one of the sons was actually near her,
Mm-hmm.
and she just shot. I mean, oh God. Yeah, I think we were upset. Oh man, I think we were back
Yeah,
then, and
I
I think
thought the same thing, man.
yeah, we were upset because we felt like it was premeditated by her going to get the gun months earlier, making all those police reports, trying to leave a paper trail, fucking with the kids continuously. She look. Ooh,
What is the purpose? What is the purpose of one retrieving a gun and pointing it? What is your purpose?
In Florida, the stand your ground.
No, that's not my question. My question is when a person, whether it's you, me, or whomever, if we go to retrieve our gun to pull the trigger, what is our intention?
Protection.
Okay.
Not to unalive somebody, but for protection for
You don't know if
yourself.
when you shoot. I don't know if it's going to kill you or
That
you
you
going to
can't
survive.
use protection when you behind a closed door unless that person is trying to kick that door in.
And then
If
they
you
also said,
believe that
no,
that
no,
door
no,
could be broken into or
no.
another way to get in the house, it's
But
called
the
protection.
lawyer also said that you went to your bedroom with another door that you could have closed it and felt more safe. So that means you're behind two doors.
And that's what the judge said, that there was other means for you to protect yourself other than to use. That is, as soon if she took any gun class, that is the first thing they tell you when you walk in there and pick it up is you will always need to use this weapon if only you fear for your life. No other reason will you use this weapon other than to protect your life or someone else that you feel may be injured. That's day one.
And of course, people don't they don't adhere to that. Let me y'all keep talking. I'm gonna pull up this interview. I actually found the interview. I didn't know she had did this.
Well, premeditated, I mean, think about premeditated. Premeditated means it could be seconds, it could be days, it could be hours, it could be minutes. Premeditated just means that you had the mental thought to
She
unalive
did,
them.
because she said,
But
I'm going to retrieve my gun, shoot through the door, and I hope I shoot to kill her ass.
who said that? She didn't leave and come back. She was
She
in the
was inside her house, man.
same place. When you're talking about the premeditation, you left, you came back. That's premeditation. If you had time to leave or do something else, that's premeditation because you chose not to. But she was inside her house. She never left the house. She called the police. That's the big thing. She called the police because she felt like she was in danger, and she kept saying the door sounded like it was coming off the hinges. She was banging so hard, and if there was sorry, if that person didn't come forward and say, "Yeah, I heard her say she was going, unalive her, blah blah blah." There was a lot of cursing. If that person didn't testify to that, I, it, you
I
know,
thought you were around when we did this.
yes, I was
Actually,
there.
the person, actually, the person who was a child said, "No, I never heard her say she was gonna kill him."
And then when he got on the stand, that's
That's
not
what
what
he
he.
said.
No, he
Yes, it
said
is.
he heard the curse words, and the guy
He
said,
did
"What?"
say he heard the cuss words, but he also said he didn't hear her say, "I'm gonna kill you." He
Yeah,
didn't just see it.
he said what words? I know you don't want to say them, and then he started repeating, which gave the notion of she was that the victim was very angry and was profusely banging on the door, which gave the sense of okay, I can understand why this woman was in fear. You see, I'm not trying to say she was right or wrong. I'm saying that witness gave credibility to a little bit of the factor of maybe she was scared. And I believe that's what caused the manslaughter charge and not first degree. Go ahead.
We ain't going. You already know we ain't going. Like for real, we ain't going. This lady, and I remember now vividly. It's all coming back to me. I remember vividly how we pointed out the ways or the things that she did prior to unaliving this woman, the things that she did in order to be able to say, I fear for my life, I was protecting myself. But see, you don't fear for your life if you keep bothering this woman's kids over and over and over again. You actually threw a skate at her child. You're not scared of this woman. If you scared of this woman, what the fuck you do is you leave her kids alone. If you scared of this woman, instead of going out in the yard calling the kids little niggers and things of that nature, you call the police. Which she did call the police several times, and the police knew she was off her motherfucking whacker. And the only reason why I feel she was
Solid.
calling the cops was to create that paper trail. You know what I'm
But
saying?
Truth,
The
remember?
police even told her, ma'am, this is not your property. You
Yep.
cannot keep the kids off this property. The cops told
Hmm.
her that. She didn't like that. She didn't like that. She thought the cops should have took her side. Them kids weren't bothering that damn lady. What link?
Hmm.
No, I'll look for a Trey. But go ahead, keep it cute. Go ahead, baby.
And remember, they proved that the door was solid, and no way that that lady could have knocked that door down, kicked it in, or whatever.
They did. They
It was
described the
proven.
door, what it was made of, and everything.
Yes.
They had the
Yes.
door in court. The door was right there. He
Yes.
was
So it was
banging on.
no way. What I'm
But
saying is, clown, it's no way that she could have, even if she was trying, it was no way that woman could have kicked that door down or in.
no, but then they also made the assumption that she could have threw something through that window.
But
What
she
is throwing something
didn't.
through the
She was
woman? Got
nowhere near the window.
Yes, there's a screen. There's a sliding door right beside the window
But she never
to the left.
attempted to do that.
Never attempted.
All she did was
But
bang
again,
on the door.
okay. But again, all you need to do is give reasonable doubt that in her mind, that's what she was thinking next. This woman is banging on the door. She can't get through the door. She's going to break that window and come in. Reasonable doubt. Doesn't have to be true. Doesn't have to be true.
well,
Just has to be
everything that
enough
she
to give
did,
reasonable doubt.
everything that well, every in the end, everything that she did. Oh yeah, Trey, I saw we're gonna listen to that too. I'm glad you reminded me of that. We're gonna listen to her interview, and then if we got time, we're gonna listen to her. She's trying to sue the victim's mom for because she said that AJ harassed her. This is weird as fuck. Like that lady need to just sit her little prunish looking ass down and sit the fuck
Hmm.
down, serve out her time, and shut the hell up. She doing too much, and she making herself look worse and worse and worse with everything she's doing. But anywho, go ahead, y'all.
How you gonna sue a child?
Well, it's the
She's
mom because the mom is over the state or whatever, whatever.
yeah.
She's suing the mom. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Mm, that's not gonna go well.
She already looking like a batshit crazy out of hell demon seed, and then you gonna go sue the
Hmm.
you done killed this woman. Are you serious?
Bottom
Look,
line
if you
is
was
she.
gonna sue the woman, if you was gonna sue the woman for harassment, your ass should have sued her before you shot her. That's what
Hmm.
you should have did. If she was harassing you, why you didn't sue her for harassment before you shot her? The fuck?
It's a long shot, but if she could win the case for harassment, she may get a new trial.
She's not gonna
That's
win no
not. She's
case
not
for
gonna
no
win.
She was the harasser. She was
I'm just saying why she's doing it. That's why she's doing it. Not
crazy
saying
man.
she's
Bottom
gonna
line
win.
is that lady is racist. She's racist. That's why she harassed those kids. Called them.
Remember, remember we said, why didn't you move? If you don't like the area, if the kids
Hmm.
constantly play by, move, go somewhere else, live where
Moved
there
to a
is no
senior
kids.
living.
Yeah, she's
All she
old
had to
enough
do
to be
was
in a
move to
senior
a
living.
senior living. Hmm.
She knew what she was doing. She knew exactly what she was doing.
Yep.
I don't care what
And now
nobody
she's trying
say.
to play victim. Them
Mm-hmm.
kids wasn't about. Them kids were being kids. Kids are loud when they play. They holler, scream, talk. You get what I'm saying? They were being
And
kids.
the fact that you was able to hear them, that's on you. You stay in an apartment complex, ma'am. And the property
Hmm.
that the kids were on were part of that complex. You did not own that. So the fact that you can hear those kids, you know what I'm saying, when they was outside, that's not their issue. That's your issue. That's your
Hmm.
issue. You
And it's
moved where
when
you
is
know
it
there were kids.
when is it against the law for kids to play outside and be kids?
Come on, bro. Like for real. Like for real. Like for real. Full of
Mm-hmm.
shit. All right, let me hold on, y'all. I'm trying to do more than I'm trying to do. Trying to schedule this other live and all kind of stuff. Okay, so let's listen to this interview she did, y'all. I'm gonna get that link Trey sent me to the other thing. And the owner said it was fine if the kids played on his grass. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. She kept telling the cops every time they came, she moving she ain't never moved. Cause she wasn't going nowhere, Tanya. She wasn't planning
Because
on
she
going
wanted to
nowhere.
continue to harass them kids.
Absolutely.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna play this weak ass interview, y'all, for learning purposes.
The woman arrested, charged, and convicted in the shooting death of Ajika Owens in Ocala in 2023 describes the moments leading up to her pulling the trigger.
She's pounding, and I just, I was terrified.
Susan Lawrence, in her own words.
If anything could have possibly gone wrong, it went wrong.
From the public outcry calling for her arrest.
So unfair. So unfair. This is not fair.
I've made such a huge mistake. That's all I kept thinking is, oh my God.
To the reason she did not take the stand in her own defense.
Is Susan Lawrence capable of manslaughter?
No. And I'm so, it just makes me sick what happened. I just never ever thought in a million years this would happen. And it breaks my heart.
From the South Florida prison, where she is serving a 25-year sentence for manslaughter, the Susan Lawrence interview right now on TV 20.
She says she's sorry, but that does not change the outcome for Susan Lawrence, the woman she killed, Ajika Owens, a mother of 4.
Lawrence filed an appeal to her 25-year sentence, and we'll have more on that later. A dispute over Owens' children playing too close and too loud to Lawrence's home led Lawrence to shooting Owens through her front door. Lawrence was found guilty of manslaughter and was sentenced last November. She's serving her time at the Homestead Correctional Institution in South Florida.
And that's where TV 20's Robert Bradfield sat down with her to talk about her conviction, her apology to Ajika and her family, and what she would have told the jury if she had taken the stand in her defense.
TV 20 did reach out to Ajika's family about this interview, but they declined to comment.
Here's TV 20's Robert Bradfield one-on-one with Susan Lawrence.
I was given 1 hour to interview Susan. None of my questions were given to her in advance. Over this next half hour, you will hear directly from her about why she shot Ajika, the letter she's written to Ajika's children, and what she considers missteps in the investigation. I first want to start here. You were convicted of manslaughter.
Yes.
I know this took a hold. Didn't write the children a letter, and she's suing them. Did he just send somebody a letter? Ooh, let me hear this. All right, true.
Sentenced to 25 years.
Yes.
You are 61 now.
Yes.
You might be in your mid-80s before you leave here, or you might not leave here at all. How have you reconciled that?
Day by day, and going to a lot of services, leaning on God, getting into the Word.
Talk to me about that. You attended a church in Ocala, is that right?
Yes.
And you also sang in the choir?
Yes.
So as someone of faith, how did you end up here?
A very unfortunate series of events.
Take me back to June of 2023. What do you know specifically?
Screaming and yelling. I had a migraine headache. I was in my bedroom, shut everything down, closed curtains. Everything was dark. And when they finally left, I had to pack up a computer for my work to ship back to the home office. So I wanted to do that, and I didn't realize the children were still outside. There were 3 boys, and they were very close to my sidewalk, and they had their skates around and stuff. I had fallen over a skate, and I said, guys, pick up your skates, and they're like, no. And I said, kids, pick up your skates and please leave. You're trespassing. You know you're trespassing. And the kid said, I'm going to kill you. If I can't kill you, I'm going to find someone to kill you. I had called the sheriff's department.
Did we hear any of this?
No, and you know what? You don't own the sidewalk, ma'am. That's
the
public
cops told
property.
her that the kids was not trespassing. Keep it cute. The whole time we was following this, did we hear anything about the kids say, I'm gonna kill you or have somebody to kill? We never heard that.
No. This bitch is insane.
Oh, she going on an interview, lying her ass. Oh my God. Okay. She do know that all this stuff that she's saying subsequent to being convicted, if she files for an appeal and gets it, they're gonna use this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna use this stuff. Did she realize that? Me neither, Tanya. I didn't know it existed either.
Yeah, well, right, she can't enter unless she testified. She wouldn't be able to tell you about what the kids said to her. She would have had to testify.
I know. No. She wouldn't have said it, but it would have been brought up. That would have been key to the case. Detroit. If that was, Clown. If that was the truth, her lawyer definitely would
But
would have.
it's her. You're not going to get anyone to repeat that. So she would have had to say that on the stand. You see what I'm saying? It's her word against their word that it was ever said. It would have had to be introduced on the stand from her. She probably told the cops that, but I think now she's thinking in her mind, what can I say to make them look bad? Because that was never brought up, and she never said that to the police.
Never.
We saw the interview. She never said that the boy said
I got the
he was
damn
going to get her.
interrogation. I
Yeah,
will replay that motherfucker too.
yeah.
I got it in the playlist.
She
I
never
will
said
play
that.
it. I will.
But she's been in there for a little while, so she's probably talking to somebody in there on what to say and how to say it.
Yeah, just like she tried to she knew what she was gonna say when she shot her that day. She had already rehearsed what she was gonna say to the damn cops.
Mm-hmm. And don't forget,
He
she
threatened me,
Googled "Stand
and I
Your
said, "This is
Ground."
insane."
She sure did. She sure did.
She Googled to stand your ground, the
This little kid
rules
is
and
threatening me,
regulations on it.
and just the way he said it made me so uncomfortable. There had been a multitude of threats prior to that. The children said they would set me on fire, and they took one of the no trespassing signs, set it on fire, and then put it on my porch, and they said, "You're next." So when he said this, I'm like, oh my God, it takes a second.
What?
Squirt somebody with some lighter fluid, and they left the lighter fluid with the burnt sign, and I'm thinking, they're going to set me on fire. I went back into the house, and I called. The first phone call dropped, and I had to call him back again. And so I told him what had transpired it was a really horrible connection, and they just said, wait. So I locked the bottom lock, and I waited. Next thing I know, I had to go to the bathroom, so I quick went to the bathroom. I had put my phone down where I left the computer, and I forgot where I put the phone. Banging on the door. I thought, oh my goodness, cops are here so quick. They must have been in the area. And I said, 1 minute. As soon as I said 1 minute, she went on a tirade, expletives, and just horrible language, screaming at me, pounding on the door so hard. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, you need to leave. You're trespassing. You were told not to come here by the sheriff's department. You know you're trespassing. You need to leave. And then she said, I'm going to effing kill you. And I went, oh my God. And she's pounding, and she's pounding, and she's pounding. And I just, I was terrified.
There was a lot made during trial and even when detectives were interviewing you about the loudness of the pounding, and you had said multiple times, I'm fearful of my life. You still contend that?
Oh God, yes. It just made me so, it gave me a panic attack, actually. She was pounding so hard. She had previously done this and had broken my door frame in December of 2022. So I was like, she broke the door frame once. She's going to end up coming through the store.
You then made, though, the conscious decision to go into your bedroom and grab the gun from your trash can?
Yes.
And you said you couldn't find your cell phone?
Exactly.
So take me back behind the decision, then, of you going into your bedroom, taking the gun out of the trash can, possibly knowing that you could use it, and you did. You shot once.
Yes, once. I was aiming for the top left corner of the door, and she pounded so hard that I could hear the frame crack, and it did. It splintered, the frame. And when she did that, I went like this, and I pulled the trigger. Because even in my questioning and the police report, I said, I don't remember firing the gun.
Coming up, Susan Lawrence addresses what she considers missteps in the investigation and the proof she says she has that Ajika Owens' children lied about what happened. Susan Lawrence says she was within weeks of moving to a new property when she shot and killed Ajika Owens in the summer of 2023. She talks about that in this portion of the interview, and she answers my question, is Susan Lawrence a racist?
I just know the gun went off, and I heard it. She said, ow. And I thought, oh crap, I hit her. And I thought, how in God's green earth did I, aim for that left corner, and I hit her? I couldn't figure things out.
Was the upper left corner more of a warning shot?
Yes, absolutely.
So you did not intend to shoot her? And hit her?
No, never.
Well, I believe you also testified or told detectives you did not go outside at that moment, but you called 911 again. Yes. And you said what?
I told them that I had hit her. I said she was pounding on my door, she was threatening to kill me, and I shot her. And I knew I shot her because she said, ow. And I thought I grazed her somehow. And I couldn't imagine where that shot went. I never even saw the shot. I mean, I was just so terrified. I remember I was shaking, I was crying, it was horrible.
Is Susan Lawrence capable of manslaughter?
No. And I'm so, it just makes me sick what happened.
I just never, ever thought in a million years this would happen. And it breaks my heart. I mean, I don't know. I can't take it back. I can't replace her. I can't say, I did an apology to the family, and I'm still so sorry. And I know her kids are without a mom, and I know that it's been hard on her mom. I know everybody's hurting. I wish I could change things.
Some people have also asked, why not wait for the cops to arrive instead of shooting her?
Because when I called, when the kids said they would set me on fire, the Marion County Sheriff's Department never showed up. I ended up having to go there, show them the sign, show them the lighter fluid days later when I finally had a break in work. So I thought, they can come, they cannot come.
There might be people, though, that have noisy neighbors. You live on the bottom floor. You might hear the people above you. You might hear kids running down the hall as well. But is that enough to grab a gun from a bedroom?
No, that's not why I grabbed my gun. When she said, I'm going to kill you, I firmly believed she was going to kill me. That's why I grabbed the gun, because she had shouted that at me.
Did you ever consider leaving that neighborhood?
I had sold a horse, got a mortgage, and I was in the process of buying a small place. I wanted out. I didn't want to be there anymore, and it would have closed within a couple weeks.
Why should we listen to you now?
Because I have proof that the children lied. And again, when you're dealing with young children, you know that they're going to make mistakes. He told his mother I hit him. So I understand when she first came to that door and she was raging, I did not know what happened. I mean, to me, I thought she was having a psychotic break, or she was high on something, or she was just, I just thought, oh my God, what is going on here? When I found out he lied to his mom, I'm thinking, she came home from work, she was tired. All she wanted to do was put her feet up, and he tells her, I hit him. When the prosecutor asked the child, where were you hit? He said, oh, she never hit me. That's in his testimony. And the prosecutor knew he dropped the charges for assault battery. Then the children lied about their location. He said he was right next to his mother when she was shot. He was 60 feet away at the mailboxes.
Do you think that there were any missteps in the investigation?
Oh, yes, many. I think once those children had said that it was a racial matter, like, oh my God, she's a racist. And that's just not true. I was married to a Middle Eastern man who was Muslim. My nephew is part black. I've had black friends since I was 5 years old. I grew up in Passaic, New Jersey, very, very diverse, and I have black friends here in jail, and I'm like, oh my God, it's not true. It's emphatically not true.
Susan Lawrence is not a racist?
No, no, sir. Not at all.
Still ahead, we ask Susan Lawrence about her decision not to take the stand in her.
Give me the ones that say I grew up around black people, I have black friends, da 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 da. That means nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sorry.
Defense, and if race played a part in her decision to fire her gun. Says on advice from her attorney, she should not take the stand. She says she regrets that decision, and she explains what she would have told the jury.
It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. It's such a lose-lose situation. No one's won. No one. It's just, like I said, it was a horrific series of events, and just like if anything could have possibly gone wrong, it went wrong.
If you had an opportunity to go back and you were reliving this moment in real time again, what would you do differently?
I was supposed to go out earlier in the evening, and I said, no, I really don't feel well. I would have left. It's tearing me apart. I killed someone. At the end of the day, she's not here anymore. Her kids don't get her. She missed all the events in their lives, weddings, graduations, all that other stuff, and her kids are going to miss her.
Do you think there might be a time where you might want to sit down and write to them?
I have written to them. I've taken a restorative justice class, so I don't know if I can. So I would have to get information if I can send them.
Talk to me now also about the trial. Were you satisfied with your defense team?
No.
Why?
My attorney said, I strongly recommend you do not testify. And had I testified, I could have told them when she broke the doors. And that was the one thing that the jury got hung up on. And I had 2 other witnesses who would have corroborated, we knew the door was broke, and they were never called.
And the door being broken, you contend what? That she could have easily gotten in?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Because the actual frame of the door was not solid.
You regret not taking the stand?
Yes.
Which then could have opened you up to cross-examination, but at the same time, you would have been able to tell your side of the story.
Exactly.
Have you had a discussion with the defense attorney regarding that decision?
It was very brief and terse.
Terse, what'd you say?
I told her it was reprehensible that she gave me the warning.
Was there a time during trial that you thought that you might be found guilty or not guilty?
I honestly did not know what was going to transpire.
I think it was at sentencing, after you had sat down, you had put your hands on the table and put your hands in your face. What were you thinking in that moment?
I've made such a huge mistake. That's all I kept thinking is, oh my God.
You also at sentencing talked about your past, including surgeries, and if we can maybe discuss this about sexually being abused. Do you think that played a part in who you are now?
Yes. The fear factor. She acted like my father, and it just triggered that. I felt like a child who was going to get beat, and my father was very brutal. I mean, he put me in the hospital. You know,
Bullshit.
and it wasn't fun. And when the prosecution said, oh, you could have locked the door, my father kicked in more doors than I can count. And if we were under the bed, he would flip the beds over and grab us. So to me, there was no safe place.
Our viewers may be watching this saying, why are you giving her an opportunity to speak? And again, for that, you would say what?
Because I want the truth to come out. I just want people to know the truth, that I am not a racist, that I did not do this on purpose. This was not, you know, a premeditated thing. I had no animosity for this woman.
You say no animosity, but police had been called to your place numerous times before. We have the body camera video too. There's got to be some animosity.
I try not to hold it against a person. You know, I've made my fair share of mistakes, and I wouldn't want somebody to retain anger against me. You know, like I said, we all have bad days. Just get over it and move on, because if you hold on to that, your life's going to be miserable.
But some say you did not move on because you grabbed the gun. You had situations with her children before. Was this a lapse of judgment in your part by taking the gun?
I, honest to God, thought she was going to kill me. And it was fear. It was fear. I feared for my own safety.
Do you think this case also revolved around race? And what do you say to those who say this was a white woman who shot a black woman?
I'm so very sorry. That's how it happened. I'm white, she's black. You cannot pick how you are born. You know, it is what it is. But it was not because she was a black woman. It's because she said, I'm going to kill you.
Coming up next, the status of Susan Lawrence's appeal as Ajika Owens' family focuses on a nonprofit to help families impacted by gun violence.
We're wrapping up Robert's Susan Lawrence interview, and we're joined by Robert now. Robert, you reached out to Ajika's family as well as the state attorney's office. What kind of response have they given you about this interview?
Well, I can tell you the state attorney's office did send us a statement, and they told us specifically they did not call the children as witnesses during this trial. They also did not introduce any of the children's deposition testimony as evidence, and that was something also that Susan said she found that they lied on their depositions as well. She takes issue with that. We also reached out to the public defender during Susan Lawrence's trial. She says she has no comment. And again, Ajika's family also told us they did not want to respond to this interview, but we did hear from her mother after Susan's sentencing. That was November of last year, telling us the apology Susan gave during that sentencing was not sincere.
Susan's apology was a last-ditch attempt to save herself. It wasn't sincere. She never showed remorse.
Robert, Ajika's family did start a nonprofit to help families cope with losing a loved one to gun violence. Do you have any updates at all on that nonprofit?
Yeah, we did speak with Pamela Dias. That was back in June when she announced this nonprofit as well. Again, she created what's called Standing in the Gap. There is to raise $3.5 million for families impacted by gun violence over the next 5 years. She also explained specifically how she can also be a support system for those families.
It's healing. It relieves some of the stress, of the burden I carry in my heart, knowing that I can be a support system to someone in need, because I know firsthand how it feels. And to know that I am doing something, you know, it's never going to take away the pain, but it's going to support families where they have one less thing to worry about.
We also want to let you know Susan did file an appeal, but the public defender assigned to her case asked to be removed. So the judge says, Susan, you're going to have to go this alone right now.
All right, y'all. That's the body cam footage. We might get into that on a later date. We watched that before. Let me pull up where it talks about her.
Females detained. I need medics. 1018. Hey, who?
All right, y'all. This is the clip where Court TV talks about her suing the family.
You know the pain. Need medics. Anything. Hey, who all was out here when it happened?
When she started banging so hard, everything started shaking.
Points at the door, fires one shot.
And she, I'm gonna kill you. And she's just banging away.
She shot that door herself.
I panicked. And I was like, oh my God, she's going to kill me this time.
In our spotlight this morning, the Florida woman convicted of shooting and killing her neighbor says that she intends to sue the victim's family. Susan Lawrence was found guilty of manslaughter after she shot Ajika Owens through her locked door in 2023. She was sentenced to 25 years in prison and maintains that she was being harassed by Owens and her children. Here, she's being interrogated by deputies after the shooting.
I just remember being terrified that she was banging and screaming, and I just remember hearing her say, I'm going to kill you. I was in fear for my life. I mean, honest to God, I just feared that she was going to come through that door. I'm sorry, that's how I felt. And I can't change the way I felt. I mean, it was sheer terror on my part. I mean, honest to God, I was shaking.
So fast forward to now, Ajika Owens' mother has a wrongful death lawsuit pending against Susan Lawrence. So apparently in response, in a handwritten letter, Lawrence says she wants to countersue for slander, libel, and defamation of character. And she says she wants to sue Ajika Owens' mom, her minor children, and her landlord. I think this woman needs to go have a seat somewhere. Let's talk about it. Let's bring in our legal eagles, attorneys Melba Pearson and Joe Tim.
Now, how can it be defamation or slander if she was found guilty? Can somebody answer that one for me?
Exactly.
Prison done aged her, but life gonna age her. Prison gonna age her. Life gonna age her. The lies gonna age her. She's just gonna shrivel up in that motherfucking prison. We've seen the drastic difference in appearance from when she was arrested and when she went to trial. Wait till we see her about 10 years from now again. It's gonna be worse than that. Cause that's just it. Because she's evil and she know what she did wasn't right, and she know she planned that shit. I know the courts couldn't prove it, but I honestly in my heart believe that lady premeditated that. And then for her to do, you got to know, listen, if she's truly sorry for what she did, why the hell are you suing them people?
Right.
If you're truly sorry and mean what you say while you writing letters to the kids, which by the way, girl, if I was that mama, I'd come to that prison and girl, like, why are you writing a letter to the kids? For what? And then you calling them liars. You calling the kids liars, but yet you're writing a letter to them. Make it make sense.
And then her apology was all about her.
That woman, oh my God. You talk about miserable? If people don't ever believe it's people on this earth that's just miserable and want everybody around them to be miserable. They just miserable. They ain't got nothing in life to make them happy. This woman ain't had no family, if I can recall. Ain't never had no kids. Why the fuck are you living around all these kids? Apparently you don't like them, ma'am. You ain't never even had any. And then you move into an apartment complex like you living in a home that you purchased where you own the property. Girl, get the hell out of here. All right, let's listen to what this shit talking about. Oh my God.
Marino on the show. First, let's start with your reactions to this woman and what she's saying she intends to do next. Melba.
You already know.
Blood's boiling, right? Mine too.
Yes. I have very strong feelings about this case because I remember when it happened. I live here in Florida. I was involved in trying to help the family get justice for A.J. Owens, who should be here today. She was murdered in cold blood in front of her children. And this person dares to want to countersue and continue to traumatize this family? I mean, that just shows you the depths of depravity and evil that this person is. And oh, by the way, truth is an absolute defense to defamation, slander, and libel.
Amen.
So the fact of the matter is, she harassed this family. The defendant did, not A.J. Owens, but this woman had a history of harassing children, harassing this particular family, and she is still trying to harass them even after A.J. met her maker at her hand. It is just utterly disgusting, and she needs to have several seats somewhere and just never come back again.
Yes, several seats, exactly, Melba. And you're right, truth is a defense to defamation. So these kids, AJ Owens, her mom, is all speaking the truth. If you watch the documentary, you know what we're saying here. I encourage you to watch it if you haven't seen it. It's on Netflix. And we have a little clip of the trailer. Let's take a look at that. Here's a little sample of it right now.
Sheriff's office. I called because the kids from across the street, they shouldn't be screaming and running around.
Okay. All the kids like to play football. They can't walk or even throw their football over here.
Okay, little sample of it. Big history here. We broadcasted the trial, but the documentary gave us the benefit of all of that body camera footage from years prior that wasn't in the trial, that wasn't able to come in. Too many of those instances where we can see what this woman was doing. Joe, I want to read you a little more that she put in this letter and get your reaction. She says that Ajika Owens and her children were trespassing. There were multiple no trespassing signs on the property. Ms. Owens did in fact scream, threatened to beat me multiple times while trespassing. Ms. Owens was instructed to stay.
The truth. I mean, damn it. Clown. Mad. Anybody. Just anybody.
I'm here.
Can you explain to me what motherfucker think they can put a no trespassing sign in an apartment complex?
You could only put it where you rent, which would have been that little area in front of her front door. That's it.
And that's what the cops told her. Remember we watched it? Remember we watched when the cops told her that?
Yes, I remember that.
Oh my God, he's eating crackers and cookies and shit. Oh God.
I'm not eating crackers. You know the Halloween candy went on 50% off. Now they're up to 75%. I got about 30 bags of candy here.
Oh, you ain't gonna have no teeth in your head in a minute. You're gonna be looking like Adrian, no fronts.
No uppers. I'm just saying, you got to be out of your mind. You have to be out of your mind. And then you still talking about these no trespassing signs. But put up, ma'am, the cops told you, ma'am, you can only put that by your door. Them kids were not at your door. They were not by your door.
The housing complex should have been the one to tell her you cannot put these signs out here.
I know the housing complex. I remember that the housing complex told her she didn't own that lot. Them people told her just like the cops told her.
Exactly. And because she's renting, she only gets the front door of her house. That's it.
Where you get? I gotta watch this documentary because you said something about a condo and owning. First of all, those are not condos.
No.
And she was in the middle, if she's telling the truth, of purchasing something. But where she was renting. She was not buying, and those were not condos; those were apartments.
She said she sold a horse.
Where did she keep a horse at?
She said she sold her horse, and she was in the middle of buying something, and it was about to close in 30 days. Well, then you should have just ignored everything. If you were leaving, just ignore it.
Off the property along with her children by the county sheriff's department. And let's be real clear here. None of that property even belonged to Susan Lawrence. Field next door where kids would play, doing what kids do. Joe, your response to Ms. Lawrence's threat?
Well, I think this is going to be completely dismissed because it's outrageous, but there's also a great legal reason why it's going to get dismissed, and that's the following. In all states, I don't know of one state where that's different. You cannot sue for defamation on the basis of what's said in court or what's said in the legal process, including depositions. Why? Because the legal system wants to encourage people to tell the truth or to tell their position regardless of what the outcome could be. So when you're in a deposition or you're in a trial and you say, Bill Jones is a lying sack, or he's the devil himself, or he's a pedophile, or whatever it is, you can't be sued for that. So there's an automatic privilege there in every state. And she's saying that these kids, these people defamed her when they testified and in their depositions. So legally, she's got no case. And then when you get to the trespass issue, look at two things. Number one is, what is the civil statute of limitations in Florida for civil trespass? I'm sure it's not years and years, so it might be barred by that. And second is, you have to establish who owns the
let's just say she owned the the property that she lived in, the apartment or the condo that she lived in. It was made abundantly clear to her you only own, if that's the case, this right here. You do not own the field. You do not own the sidewalk. Just
If
like
it,
I learned that I didn't, just like I learned here recently, it didn't know that I can't really get upset or call the police about somebody parking directly in front of my house. I'm thinking this is my damn house. Do not park in front of my house. But according to what was told to me, long as they not blocking your driveway,
it's the street.
it's the
It's
street. If
public.
they can park
Yeah.
there, I myself all these years thinking no, because people normally have common courtesy that if they're gonna park in front of your house, they may tap on your door and say, "Is it okay if I park here?" That's just it. I didn't know that people could actually park right in front of your house and you
Mm-hmm.
can't do anything about it. Now you can call the tow truck. You can't call the police.
You can't even
See,
call
I
a
just
tow
learned
truck.
that.
Can't even call a
So
tow
this is
truck.
the this is the thing. Even if she owned her condo or apartment or whatever, it was made abundantly clear where those kids were playing at that she did not own that.
Mm-hmm.
Owned or rented, it's the same law. If you had a condo, it does not extend past your front door unless you have a yard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you have a condo and you have a yard, then it extends to the end of your yard attached to the condo. But if you're in a condo like she was in, it extends to your front door where that little wraparound comes. That's it. That's all you got.
Mm-hmm.
You could put a trespassing sign that tells people don't come knocking on my door. That's it. Don't come in this little area. That's it. It doesn't extend to the sidewalk. That's common area. It's called common area. Even in the condo complex, there's ownership and there's common areas, and most of the
Mm-hmm.
walkways are common areas.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me keep playing. I still don't see these things popping up, y'all. So I don't know what those people are doing.
Julie. She didn't own that property when she was complaining about these kids playing. So I think this is just going to get tossed.
Right. Oh, I love your analysis, Joe. Thank you for that. I want to take a look at this clip. This is after the verdict, so we're going back in time just a little bit. AJ Owen's mother is caring for the children. And let's take a listen to some of what she shared after the verdict.
Please continue to keep the family and especially Ashika's 4 children in your prayers. Thank you.
The children are coping the best that they can. Certainly, the loss of their mom lingers every single day. They are seeking counseling, and so we ask everyone to keep the children in your prayers because right now they need the whole community to be behind them.
And that's what we want to do here. We want to end on the note where we're thinking of those beautiful children. One of them witnessed this. One of them witnessed the killing of their mother. Melba, I want to go to you for last words here. Tell us your thoughts about these 4 beautiful children. You see them all through the documentary. And now having their mother so brutally taken away from them. What must that be like for them? Would you speak to the trauma these children are going to have to endure now and then into their adulthood?
Well, Julie, just to almost set the stage on this, one of the older children actually expressed feeling guilt in terms of telling their mom that they were having, and that this woman, Susan Lawrence, was, being abusive towards them because he felt that if he hadn't told his mom would still be here. So imagine being an 11, 12-year-old child, feeling responsible for your mother's murder and having to carry that with you. Even though, yes, you can unpack that in therapy and all of that, but just to your core, feeling that you may have had a hand in your mother no longer being with you. And these children who now, for the rest of their lives, have to deal with the violent way that their mother was ripped from them and the trial and the publicity, and now even the Netflix series. While wonderful that the story's out there, it's still another reminder of the pain that they're dealing with every day. So yeah, I fully agree that we need to continue to keep these poor children in our thoughts and to continue to say the name G.K. Owens, because she should be here with us today.
You're so right, Melba. Beautifully said. Thank you for that.
Who's our friend, Candy Corn? What are we doing here? Who are you trying to... That Netflix series, I don't know. Because,
No,
they say, I thought when you were convicted of a crime, you can't profit.
no, you can't. You can't write a book. You can't profit off any of the things that you've been convicted of. Nope. And the thing, the documentary is usually don't.
What grandkids are we talking about? What grandkids?
Yeah, she didn't have any kids.
What are you talking about, man?
No, I don't think they pay because usually documentaries they don't you don't get paid for those. It's they'll interview you, but she still can't receive money for that interview if it's talking about about what happened. She can't profit off of her guilty verdict.
What'd you say? What'd you say, man? Don't take it too far. Mm-hmm. Shit, that woman ain't even had kids. Yeah, she ain't even had kids.
Did you
Um.
did you see her interview? Did you see them flabby ass arms? Who was fucking that?
Oh God,
The
you
man
always got to take it there.
the man died to get away from her.
Ooh, excuse me. Examining everything surrounding the case and whether the death. Like I say, excuse me, y'all. I don't know what's going on with the Tennessee case. It's still not popping up on the channel. Um, I still have. I clicked the link. It's still showing that scheduled or whatever, but it's not popping up. So I'm thinking they got it on private. And I don't know if it's gonna actually go down today. I'm gonna try to wait around to see. I got one more thing that I could play pertaining to this case. I really don't want to get into the whole documentary full fledged because I don't know how much time we got. I don't know if these people actually gonna go live or not. So I got one more thing, one more clip that I can play, and then if they're not live by the time that's done, I'm just gonna end this live and play it by ear and see what they're gonna do with this other case. I was so looking forward to that case. I hope these people ain't playing about streaming it because I'm ready to hear that case. I want to hear what her defense is. Okay, so let's just do a side note right quick. How many people feel like that lady's gonna plead some type of insanity plea?
She already is blowing kisses to the crowd. The
I
way
mean,
she
yeah, I'm
acted at the
saying, what do you
hospital.
think that's gonna be? Do you think that's gonna be her defense, Dieter? I mean,
Yes,
clown. Do
they
you?
already put that in to have a psychological eval on her. They already
Really? I
mentioned
didn't
that.
know that.
Yeah, they already mentioned that due to her behavior, they've asked for a psychological eval on her.
How many people feel like she may have just snapped? Because listen, if you want to talk about premeditation, that woman drove 2 hours to get to where she was going to do what she did. I don't think it's a snap situation. I mean, I think she snapped as far as the dude, breaking up with her then moving, but she premeditated that murder. How many people feel that way? I'm not sure. You weren't in the live earlier, Tanya? I just read a headline that says she wants to counsel the kids and the grandmother. Yeah, yeah, we just talked about it. We're talking about another case right now, which I probably shouldn't do because y'all confused now. So listen, I got one more clip. We'll talk about that other case when we go back live on it because people are confused now. But listen, so let me play this last clip. Anybody want to say anything on the panel about what? No, I didn't hear the other case. Okay, Tanya, that's probably why. Okay, but my live is a live I did right before this one. It explains everything about the case on my live I did previously. Go check it out. Y'all want to say anything about let me put this last clip up. Y'all gonna say yay or nay, or y'all just gonna not say nothing?
You didn't ask the question.
I did. I said, do y'all want to say anything else before I play this clip?
Oh, on which case? We started talking about the other case.
This case, I said I'm gonna
Oh,
stop.
okay. On her, I mean,
Keep up.
she's in jail, and she's gonna backpedal as much as she can. She
So,
going,
what do you think about what the guy said about they probably gonna throw it out or probably not even entertain it? You think that's possible?
I don't think they're gonna entertain it because what are you suing for? You can't say trespassing because people are
She said for
allowed to come to
harassment.
your door. But what
She
harassment?
well, that's what she's suing for, harassment and defamation.
Well, again, she talked about people lied on her in court. Well, how come that wasn't brought up in court? How come your attorneys didn't say, "I'm
And now
sorry, but
she's
that is
also
I
blaming her
object."
attorney.
Yeah.
You did you hear what she said when the guy said, "Do you somebody her attorneys?"
Well,
She's also blaming them too as well.
then the appeal is that she didn't have adequate representation.
Absolutely,
That's her appeal.
absolutely.
Not then she needs to be suing her lawyers because her lawyers could have easily said, "I'm sorry, Your Honor, none of that is true. She never said any of that stuff to those kids. None of that is true." But it was never brought up in the trial.
Right.
The they never talked about what she said to her children. Did they? I don't remember any cross
Well, who
examination
said to
about
whose children? What are you
that
asking? Like
what the kid said to her, right?
they
Or
talked about well, no, because see, she couldn't put that just like you said, she did not take the stand. So all of this
yeah.
stuff she's saying, and then too, I halfway want to watch the interrogation because I don't think any of that was said in the interrogation.
No, she only talked about the mother, and she talked about how the kids would constantly play and bother her, blah 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 blah. But again, none of that stuff about the kids threatening her life, none of that stuff came up even in interrogation. She never said that they threatened her life in the interrogation. I remember it very vividly because I just kept seeing them arms just a
Okay,
flapping in
so
there.
let's take a quick vote right quick. Do y'all want me to play this next clip on Court TV about this case? This is Vinny. I like Vinny too on Court TV. Or y'all want to listen to the interrogation again? How many people want to listen to the interrogation again? Because I got it. Y'all let me know real quick. Because I don't see this other thing popping up, so I don't even know if they're going to go live. In the interrogation, she said the woman told her she was going to kill her, not the kids. Right, right.
She never
So
spoke about that the kids threatened to burn her up or anything else. And where's the
I
police report?
that the kids burnt and set something on fire. I ain't
Yeah,
heard none of that.
yeah. Where's the
I
police
ain't heard.
report? There should be a police report. She's saying they never showed up. They never showed up. I have my
You
trespassing
telling the
sign.
police these kids setting shit on fire and they ain't show up. Come on,
So
lady.
basically, what you're saying is you saw the kids burn that sign up and put it on your porch. Did you see the kids? Because again, that's the first thing the cops going to say is, did you see them set the sign on fire and then put it on your porch? And she says, no, but I know it's them. That I didn't ask you that. I said, did you see them
Mm-hmm.
start the fire and put it on your porch? And if you say no, there's nothing I can do about it unless you got a video that shows me that these kids are responsible. It could have been anyone that did that. There's no
Yep.
proof or substantial evidence showing
I
me
don't think it
that they
happened.
did. I don't
True.
think it happened either. I don't think. God
Oh,
damn
Jesus,
it! You just
forgive me.
blew my whole witness protection again. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I got it. I got it. Listen, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm just not gonna be able to talk to you. I can't do it. My brain just ask Cuba Q. She'll tell you. She'll tell you I can't do it. I can't. It's like my brain can't. Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me find this interrogation. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. Oh, clown.
Now take your time. What is the crazy stuff that Sapito has these kids?
Okay, y'all. Here it is. This is the interrogation. Okay. I think I saw in the chat y'all wanted to see the okay, yeah, I saw interrogation. Okay. All right, here it is, y'all. Y'all please continue to double tap. Thanks for everybody's support, and I really do appreciate it. And I'm still watching out for that other live stream, y'all.
Are you the Susan that has done research on Stand Your Ground and has planned for this to happen? Was planning for this to happen? There's a spectrum here. Is this the Susan over here, and then there's also could be a Susan over here that was, I have a gun in the house. I am I'm scared. Someone is knocking on the door. I'd like them to go away. I'm just gonna, I picked up the gun and I accidentally shot the gun. There's a Susan somewhere in the world like that. You've somehow found a spot in the middle where you're trying to explain this, but it doesn't actually make any sense.
Subscribers in every case that this case has been seen. We will do a Ocala, Florida. Did not say AJ. This is a friend who were AJ. Talk to her, 9-year-old.
Susan,
okie dokie.
Susan, I appreciate you coming back in and talking with us. You already have a water? Is there anything else we can get for you right now? Fine. You're doing okay? All right, very good. Again, if you remember Detective Steve, this is Detective
I'm
Pender.
Detective Pender. I haven't got a chance to meet you yet. I'm looking forward to being able to speak with you. I work with Detective Stitt. We work together. I was learning different things. So anyways, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and let him cover what he needs to, and then I'll get a chance to meet you then, okay?
Okay. So, Susan, obviously when we spoke the other night, it was kind of a lot of things going on still. A lot of the pieces of what happened were still trying to be put together. Since then, we've obviously talked to a lot more witnesses who were there. We've gained access to some video from around the area of where your complex is located. So during those interviews, during that process of obtaining new stuff, obviously it brings new questions that we wanted to kind of cover with you, try to verify some of the stuff you said, as well as clarify things that we don't quite understand. So I was hoping that we could do that today. Obviously, just like last time, I want to make sure that you understand your rights and everything. So.
Okay, clown. All right, so y'all let me know if that's too fast. I got it sped up a little bit. Can y'all understand it? Is it too fast? Let me know real quick.
No, it actually sounds
Just
perfect.
okay.
It doesn't lag at all. Like there's no too sped up. No, it's good.
Okay. You say you can understand it? Keep it cute?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, here we go.
Before we get started, I just have to read you the same thing I did last time. Yes. Okay. Okay. You have the right to remain silent. And having those rights in mind, you willing to talk to us now? Yes. Okay. So, like I said, we've talked to a bunch of other people since then.
This is not the night of the shooting.
Has there been anything that you've thought of since?
No, you remember she did too, remember?
Yeah, this is a couple days later. This is not the night of the shooting.
Oh, well, let me find it, y'all, because it's two of them. I don't want to play I want to play the first one first. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm glad you pointed that out because I forgot it was two. Okay. So what did she have on when she first went in that night? Oh,
Did
the
she have
shorts with the
something
orange.
peach?
She had the orange shirt on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
her
Yeah.
arms
She had
are
something
out.
bright.
Yeah, remember her she was sleeveless because her arms were out because I kept talking about them damn meat flaps flying under her arms there, just swinging around like wings. So this is a couple days later, and because she had a shirt on with no sleeves on the first interview.
Yeah, I remember she had something bright on. Peach or coral or
I
something.
see it. I see but I gotta find the complete interview. I see clips, but I remember now. I do remember now. I'm trying to find it. Y'all give me a second. Y'all keep talking. Okay, I think I found it. And I hope they're just showing it. Because I don't want no commentary. I think I found it. Okay, let's try this one. Give me a second, y'all. I'm glad you pointed that out, clown. Cause I had forgotten that it was two. Okay, y'all. Give me a second.
You know, when she looked up the laws of stand your ground, that's why she constantly says, I fear for my life. I fear for my life. I fear for my life. I fear for my life.
Yes, she did. Yeah.
She still says it to this day. She's sticking to it.
Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. And I knew it was gonna be some commentary on this. I'm gonna play this while I look for the one where it just plays straight through. But I'm just gonna play this. Hold on.
This is Susan Lawrence. On June 2nd, 2023, in a neighborhood in Ocala, Florida, she killed her neighbor after a dispute revolving her neighbor's children playing near her home escalated into tragedy. The incident was the culmination of a 2-year feud between Lawrence and the family. Earlier that day, Lawrence had allegedly yelled at children playing what she deemed too close to her home and thrown a roller skate at them. One of these children told their mother, Ajika A.J. Owens, about the incident. Later that evening, A.J. Owens went to Lawrence's apartment to confront her about her behavior towards the children. According to witnesses, Owens knocked on Lawrence's door, demanding that she come out and explain herself. What happened next is at the heart of this case. Lawrence, inside her apartment, fired a single shot through the closed.
Okay, y'all, don't scream and yell at me, but I found the one I wanted. So please don't scream and yell at me. I promise y'all we're gonna get into this. I think this one is better. Hopefully. Hopefully. Can somebody clown?
Yes.
Can you go to Court TV and see if you see a live? That live.
Okay.
I don't think it's up though. No, that's the wrong one. I'm sorry, y'all. It's the one we just came off of. Let me go back to the one we was listening to. Y'all, when I'm pulling stuff up in real time, I fuck up sometimes.
The incident was the culmination of a between Lawrence and the family. This is Susan Lawrence. On June 2nd, 2023, in a neighborhood in Ocala, Florida, she killed her neighbor after a dispute revolving her neighbor's children playing near her home escalated into tragedy. The incident was the culmination of a 2-year feud between Lawrence and the family. Earlier that day, Lawrence had allegedly yelled at children playing what she deemed too close to her home and thrown a roller skate at them. One of these children told their mother, Ajika A.J. Owens, about the incident. Later that evening, A.J. Owens went to Lawrence's apartment to confront her about her behavior towards the children. According to witnesses, Owens knocked on Lawrence's door, demanding that she come out and explain herself. What happened next is at the heart of this case. Lawrence, inside her apartment, fired a single shot through the closed front door. That bullet struck A.J. Owens, killing the 35-year-old mother of 4.
Hi.
I'm sorry, I'm sitting here because I was freezing.
Oh, it is chilly in here, isn't it? Susan?
Yes.
I'm Detective Stitt. This is Detective Peterson.
Okay.
Can we just get you to slide that chair back over here just a moment? I'm sorry to keep you waiting so long. Just had a lot we had to sort through before we could come and talk to you. So again, I'm Detective Stitt. I'm an investigator here with the Sheriff's Office. Could you give me your spell your name for me? Is it Susan?
Yes, you were saying.
So, do you know reason why we're?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I just played
so,
that.
You know, did the deputies like put handcuffs on you or anything with it? Because there's a lot of things going on, and we're trying to sort through the moving pieces to try to figure out what happened. So naturally, you know.
Clown. Clown. Clown.
Yeah.
Did you just send me a link about the suing on Court TV?
No, read the title.
I can't see that.
Said something about she threatens to shoot him, shoot the family. It released 53 minutes ago.
Susan Lawrence, get off the sugar. Susan Lawrence threatens to sue shooting victim A.J. Owens' family.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, I read it wrong.
And I just played that. That's what I just played.
Okay, all right.
Get off the sugar. Put the can. Step away.
No, the Twizzlers. The Twizzlers.
No, step away from the Twizzlers.
You know, they want to secure the scene, and that under that circumstance, I meant, you know, to handcuff you. So we're working this investigation, and at this point, you're not free to leave. So I have to make you aware of your rights, okay, before we talk. So I have to read this to you. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot, to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to execute these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of those rights I've explained to you? Okay. So the reason I'm trying to clarify all the events that happened tonight and to try to, because really I only have, you know, statements from people that were out there, and I would like to get your side of things and try to understand what exactly happened tonight, or last night now, I guess it is.
Good gravy. Basically, the neighbors were out there screaming, yelling. The kids were running back and forth. I had a miserable headache. Went inside, laid down. They finally got quiet. I came outside, and the 3 boys are there. And I'm like, guys, you're trespassing. Come on, out of here. And he's like, I want this, and I want that, and fuck you, and fuck this. I'm like, oh, okay, little big kids, you know, because they're all really young. And
So you say you came out and they were...
I wanted to check my truck. Every time I had my truck on one side, the kids would throw the balls and hit the truck.
Okay.
So I moved the truck to the other side, then they moved themselves to the other side, and they keep just, you know...
Just
hands on the ass.
antagonizing you?
Oh, God,
Yeah.
horribly.
Okay, so when you said that you came outside and they were there, the 3 boys were there, where were they at?
Right in front of, you know, that little cove. That's
Like
there.
the privacy fence?
They were right there.
Okay.
Right in front.
Inside the privacy fence, like
No.
on your patio or
No, they were
outside?
just right outside.
Okay.
And I'm like, guys, come on, leave. Because I wanted to check the truck and everything. And then they were like, I'm gonna tell my mom, you know, I'm like, go tell your mom, I don't care, you know. And
Have you had problems with them before?
oh my God, yes. And they've been harassing me last week. They came up on, they were actually in the vestibule area. And they were like, wake up, wake up. I was watching TV. I'm like, really seriously, because, you know, after a nice long shift, that's just when I want to hear these little run.
How long have you lived there?
3 years.
3 years? Okay. And how long have you been having problems with them?
Like 2 years.
2 years?
Yes, ever since she moved.
Is it just those same 3, or do you have problems with anyone? Does anyone else give you problems?
They want to play on that part where Charles owns and the other part. And I'm like, guys, come on.
Which part is that? I'm not sure. I don't know who Charles is.
Charles is the landlord. So there's, one of the cops came out and said, oh, it's an open lot. It's not an open lot. It's an abutment of 2 properties. I'm like, guys, come on, you know, give me some peace, you know, because in my apartment, there's sliding glass doors, and then I have the 2 bedrooms up front. And because it's an open concept, just you can hear everything.
Sounds travel
And it's
right through.
horrible. And, you know, and I'm like, go play on the other side. We don't want to play on the other side. We'll play over here. I'm like, oh, good gravy, you know. And so they just, every time they see me, they get together and scream me out. They live in the same building? No, none of them live there. I was going to say, one set of kids lives there, but the other sits on the other side. People play on your side of the road, you know? Come on.
Okay. So they were being obnoxious out there tonight, and they finally got quiet, but then you go outside and the three of them are out there?
Yeah, and I didn't want to go any further because he's like, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. I'm like, what in the world?
Who said that?
AJ's kids.
Okay.
So she did say it. She did say it. She said the kids said they were gonna kill her.
Now, if a bunch of little 8, 9, 10-year-olds screaming, I'm gonna kill you, how seriously are you gonna take that?
Well,
If
I don't
they
know how
did
serious
say that.
Well, I wouldn't take it seriously, but you know, you say if a kid go to school and say it, they take it as a threat. They literally take it as a threat, and they take actions like the child actually got a gun or a bomb on them. I mean, they really do the most, and I understand that that's in schools. Now, if I go outside my door and some kids outside playing, and I say something to them, they say I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. I don't know how seriously I would take that, but depending on the situation and depending on who the kids are, I would probably speak to the parent.
Exactly.
About
Bingo.
it.
I was waiting for you to say that.
I'm not gonna go back and forth with no kids. I'm not going back and forth with
Mhm.
anybody's kids. I ain't go back and forth with my own. So I'm definitely not finna keep fucking with kids. See, the thing about this whole thing is, you as a grown adult, if you have issues with what children are doing, you talk to the parent. You don't go back and forth with children. But see, this chick right here, she had a history. And then when the mama came around, she played coy and confused.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, when that night when that lady was banging on that door, she was at her wit's end with this lady.
Mm-hmm.
And she knows that because she, like I said, harassed those kids, stayed bothering with those kids. You going outside telling somebody else children what to do don't go too well in 2025.
Mm-hmm.
You don't go to the kids. You go to the parent. And then on top of the fact that the cops had already told you, ma'am, you doing too much. You doing too much. It's like the bitch wanted to pick on kids. She was a bully.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we stand corrected that she didn't say that in interrogation. She did. She said the kid said, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. Okay. That didn't go too well for you, huh? Let me see. Crazy battle axe.
On the other side. People play on your side of the road, you know? Come on.
Okay. So they were being obnoxious out there tonight, and they finally got quiet, but then you go outside and the three of them are out there?
Yeah, and I didn't want to go any further because he's like, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. I'm like, what in the world?
Who said that?
AJ's kids.
Okay. So who was it?
AJ, I think her name is.
Okay.
She actually had thrown a sign at me before she picked up the
same way.
trespassing sign.
Now, I believe she's lying right there the same way she lied when she said that woman said that, because them children said that woman never said that. At this point, I just think she's lying. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And then just threw it at me. She's like, here, take your fucking sign. I'm like, it's not mine, it's Charles. You know, he doesn't want you guys here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, you know, she's been in my mailboxes. She sends the kids in the mailboxes.
When did she throw a sign at you?
I want to say last year, just after I had my neck fused. I'm like, okay, pretty.
What kind of sign? Like one of the ones you buy at the store, like a plastic, like
It
on the
was a
fence?
metal sign with a little metal, like a real estate sign. But it had no trespassing, so
How
it's
big?
about that by that. And
Is it the same one that was out there tonight, or is it different?
Okay. They stole that sign.
Susan Lawrence's account of the ongoing neighborhood disputes reveals a complex situation that had been escalating over time. While the interrogation gives us Lawrence's perspective, it's crucial to consider this information critically. Lawrence's complaints about the children's activities paint a picture of a neighborhood where boundaries, both physical and social, were a source of constant friction. In many apartment communities, especially those with limited dedicated play areas, it's common to see children using parking lots or other shared spaces for recreation. While this can be disruptive for some residents, it's often a reality of communal living where green spaces are limited. Frustrated by this situation, Lawrence took matters into her own hands. She took the unusual step of putting up her own no trespassing signs in what were actually communal areas of the apartment complex. To get a clearer picture of the dynamics at play, let's turn to some body camera footage from previous police interactions in the neighborhood. This video provides additional context and perspective on the ongoing disputes Lawrence described.
They need to be trespassed. They don't out of here.
So what I'm looking at, where they're at, you can't trespass anybody from that. The issue is that
I'll get over here in just a second. He's trespassing. He came over to dumbass us. I was trying to reason with her one day because we were all playing here. The kids already jumped. All right, let's go. And she's like, hey, you know what? One day you guys are gonna die. And I'm like, and that's my like, whoa. And apparently they're gonna match it. Hey. Getting too much feedback. Can you please go someplace where he's not working? I'm getting too much feedback. I can't hear myself. Go up. Captain. The dog. You can't stop the dog from barking. Too much feedback. Can you please have me so yeah, that's I mean that's all right, well you have a good one. Apparently we can't stay here and have a conversation.
So what happened tonight that led to the conclusion that?
Well, I just, my kids go home. So they go home and then all of a sudden she comes out and she is just banging on my door. I'm like, go away. I'm not dealing with you tonight. And then she started banging so hard, everything started shaking. And I'm like, you really need to leave. And then she's, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And she's just banging away. You know, and I'm like, and since she has actually harmed me, I'm like, this just keeps getting worse and worse. I'm like, I don't know what to do with her. And she banged so hard, it looked like my door was gonna fly off. And that's, I panicked. And I was like, oh my God, she's really gonna kill me this time, you know? And so I don't even actually remember picking up the gun. I just remember shooting.
Where do you keep the gun usually?
It's in my bedroom.
That's where you keep it, like
keep
in a cabinet or something, or just like?
It's just, I actually keep it in the trash can.
Okay.
Next to the bed.
Nobody would look in there probably, right?
You know, and I didn't think about it, and I'm like, oh my God, and then I just started panicking, and I really feared for my life. I mean, honest to God, I was like, oh Jesus Christ, I'm a nervous wreck. You know, I'm not supposed to be getting nervous or anything like this because I have an aneurysm on my left kidney artery. And so, like, just you're supposed to stay calm, you're not supposed to do anything, and this woman just keeps antagonizing me, and she's got the kids calling me. I go out, they're like, hey, Karen, I'm like, I haven't talked to her over break. Do not talk to me like I am one of your peers.
So they don't really have any respect
no respect.
So AJ, she came to your door.
Oh, yeah.
And she was
pounding on it. I was like, what the hell? My cats went flying.
What was she saying? Was she saying anything?
You don't talk to my sons. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, you know. I was like in tears. I'm like shaking, and I'm like, oh my God. And I thought she had gone away, and then she starts banging again. I'm like, oh shit.
Did she like try to come inside?
She was trying as hard as she could.
What do you mean?
That door was moving. And I'm like, holy shit. You know,
did she try the door handle, or was she just beating on it to try to push it in, or what?
She was just, you know, just trying to push it in, trying to push it in. And I was like, oh my God.
Now, you had initially called, did you call 911, or did you use the non-emergency number when you called?
When the first time, because kids said, I'm gonna kill you, and my friends kill you, I'm like, oh my God, you know, what the hell's going on now? You know, I'm like, I don't need this aggravation.
Okay. So you called, was it 911?
Yeah, I called 911.
Okay. And that was before HI came over?
Before
Okay.
she came over.
And the kid, okay, so we get like, as the deputies are responding, the call taker's talking to you, they're putting information that you're telling them into the computer, which goes to us as we're going out there. So in that call notes, there's never any mention of you saying that they said that they're gonna kill you. It was more or less that they're harassing you, that
Oh, no, I told the lady, they said they were gonna kill me.
Okay.
No, I was very specific when I spoke.
Okay. Now, did you see who was out there at that time?
I just knew it was AJ by her voice. She's screamed at me before, you know, and I'm like, oh, great, it's her again, you know. And I just, like I said, I just panicked, and I just got so frightened. I was like, oh my God, she's really gonna do it this time. She's gonna kill me.
Were you still on the phone with 911 when you fired the gun?
No. I thought that the kids went, and I was like, all right, I'll go check my truck in the morning. I didn't even leave, you know, I just went back in the house and locked the doors.
So, but you had already contacted 911. Yeah. Did they advise you that someone was responding, an officer was responding?
They said someone's coming out, and they said lock the doors and make sure you don't go outside. I'm like, okay, you know.
Okay. And where were you at when she was pounding on the door? Were you?
I was actually in the bathroom.
You were in the bathroom. I haven't been inside, so how does it, like when you go in through the front door?
It's all open.
Okay.
So you can see kind of the bathroom right from the front door.
Okay.
So.
And you were still able to hear her?
Oh,
she
no,
was
my
able
God,
to hear you, that you know, as far as you know?
I don't know if she was able to hear me. I mean, she was just screaming for all she was worth. I'm like, stop, you know, and just, she wouldn't stop. And I'm just like, oh, dear God.
What else was she saying besides what you told me? Was she saying anything else?
She was just, some of it was unintelligible.
Okay.
So she was just ranting.
So I noticed there's, you have a couple cameras in the house?
Yes.
Okay. And are those like Ring cameras or Arlo?
They're
or
Bling.
Blink?
Blink.
Okay.
Then I have the one at the door, but when it gets dark out, they don't pick up anything, which sucks.
Do they record sound though, or
I have no
is it all motion where it only records when it captures motion?
When it captures motion.
But those are working cameras?
I don't know if the door don't pick anything up. You can look at it and stuff.
Is that through your phone that you were able to review that, or computer, or how do you? Through your phone? Okay.
But I don't think it picked it up because I didn't get it, did it?
So but prior to her coming over there, your door, because we talked to a lot of people that were out there at the time, and there was some statements given to us that you had taken a tablet or picked up a tablet that was
No,
on the
sir.
ground?
Absolutely not.
No? Okay.
That child, like the other day, he said to me, "I'm gonna go tell my mom that you called me a slave." I'm like, what? He came over with a rake and he was pounding everything with the rake. I'm like, really, seriously? And so I don't know what's going on with that child. So
And which child is that you're talking about?
It's on the video. If you give me my phone, I'll show you which child it is. I don't know by names.
Is it one of the older ones?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the deal with the roller skate? Because again, we talked to a lot of people who were outside and witnessed some
They
of this.
keep leaving all their toys around. The other day, I almost killed myself going out. I had an early morning doctor's appointment, and I didn't see the roller skate, and I almost killed myself. And I'm like, guys, stop already. This is not your garbage yard. The kid's got his roller skates there, and I'm like, really, take your roller skates. And I threw the roller skates. I'm like, go fetch them. Just enough. Because
Did you throw that at them?
Oh
or?
God, no.
Okay.
No, I
And
just.
what is the thing about the umbrella? You have an umbrella?
I thought it was raining before, and I walked out and it wasn't raining. I'm like, okay. So.
And you like swung it at them or so, or one of them?
I wasn't even close. I was still inside the vestibule. So.
How can we explain that then with people saying, like multiple people that weren't like talking to each other, that if they were saying that that's what they saw?
I don't know. Maybe I did step out and I'm like, guys, go away, but I would never touch them.
You like swat at them with it, but not.
Exactly. If I did it, it was probably because I was just so, like, come on.
But I know at least if you did, but is that what happened? I mean, we gotta kind of get specific about this because it's a big deal.
I understand.
Someone's dead.
Jesus Christ.
So that's why I say it's important to be specific and honest about everything. So. And I know from what it sounds like, I talked to several people out there, and it seems like this has been an ongoing thing where the harassment continues and just being obnoxious and don't have respect for their neighbors and just doing whatever they want, and it builds and it builds and it builds until you can't take it anymore. And unfortunately, it's led to this event.
It was only because she was pounding at my door, and I honest to God thought she was going to come in.
Okay. So we have, over in our communication center, they're putting together, because all the calls that come into 911 are audio recorded, and there were several people even before. So there's open line for recording and getting audio of exactly what's being said, not to mention if your camera's captured anything, okay? So that's why I'm like asking you before we go through that, and if something is different than what you're telling me, we need to clear that up now, because if it, you know what I mean, if the evidence shows something different than what you're saying, it doesn't look good, and I want to be open and honest with you. So
I just know that she was pounding and pounding on the door and scaring the shit out of me.
Okay, but is there any reason why, if we reviewed that evidence, she wasn't saying, "I'm going to kill you"?
That's what I heard.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I honestly got heard. It's just what I heard.
Did you ever look out the door to see? I know you said you kind of recognized her voice. So.
I never looked out the door.
Okay.
I was afraid to get to my door, to be brutally honest. I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, she's gonna bust it in. And
Where were you standing when you shot? Did you shot the gun?
Oh, yeah.
Through the door?
Yeah, through the door. I just panicked. It was probably by the kitchen table somewhere.
Okay, by the kitchen table.
Mm-hmm.
And how many times did you shoot the gun?
Once.
Just once? What kind of gun is it?
It's a Remington 380.
Is that the only firearm you have in the house?
No, there was.
I never heard of any ring cam footage. Now they did have plenty of what do you call it, y'all? The cops, the body cam footage. But I don't know of any ring cam footage. Do we know of any ring cam footage, y'all?
I don't recall.
Somebody. Yeah. I don't think that was like ring cam footage. That would have been, oh God, that would have been epic. I would have remembered that because it would have caught.
Mm-hmm.
No, she
It
didn't
would have
have a
caught.
ring cam.
Yeah, if she is really this damn scared, she doesn't need to live around anyone. She needs to be. Well, if she was scared with that, I'm sure she's scared with where she at now. She got a whole girlfriend named Bubble. If somebody want old coochie, I'm just saying. Anywho, yeah, she wasn't scared. Scared people don't antagonize. That's what I said
Mm-hmm.
about these, scare people. That's why when people get on YouTube and say, "Oh, this person threatened me," and I'm afraid they're gonna pull up and this that. No, you ain't, because you wouldn't keep antagonizing. Scare people don't antagonize and they retreat. Okay, period. She was not scared, or she wouldn't have kept messing with those kids, bothering that woman's kids, because that woman went over there several times and told that woman to leave her kids alone.
Mm-hmm.
She wants no way.
It's a 22 River.
Where's that one at?
I don't know. I don't know if I picked it up or not. I have no idea. Maybe the garbage can.
And after you
And we
fired,
don't do hash browns or hash rounds over here, nor in Simpleville. After we saw what we saw last night, we do not do hash browns or hash rounds, sir. So please don't be mentioning no hash browns, hash rounds. You know,
What the hell is a hash round?
well, it's the way McDonald's serve them. It knows like hash rounds or something. Then you got the little
Oh,
tot.
I like those.
The little,
Mm,
yeah,
I
they are
like,
so good. I had one
yeah,
this
I
morning
like,
actually
you
while I'm
know,
talking shit. I had one this morning. Oh, keep it cute. Sidebar, girl. I tried the McDonald's. You know that sandwich that eat with cute goat mouth ass was eating all the time. The steak bagel.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, it's so good. Oh my god.
it is with the
I'm scarfing them
onions.
down.
With the
Yes, the
onions.
onions.
Oh, man,
Yes.
yeah, yeah. I like
The
Jack
bagel
in the.
was soft and oh
Yes,
god,
yes. It's soft. It's not a hard bagel. Yeah, it's
it's
good.
succulent.
Right now, my gravy and rice is not looking so good.
Well, it should. It's close to it. But yeah, I try out my when my daughter came to take the kids to school, well, to their doctor's appointment. She brought me one. She brought me the steak bagel combo with a coffee. Oh, I just love my baby. Um, and that thing was so good, y'all.
Mm.
I got tots going in the oven right now with onion and garlic pepper. See, ooh, that sound good. Maybe you should teach Adrian how to cook them, Mad. Cause we saw what she did. We saw what she did with the one she had last night. Damn. Yes, Melissa, it's those onions, girl. It's those caramelized onions that just knock it right out the park. That's what it is. It's those onions.
around, what did you do?
She said, "Ow," and I'm like, "Oh my God, I hit her." And I just, clicked, I hit her. Oh, Jesus Christ. And I thought I just, nicked something. I never, ever.
And did you go out there?
No.
You didn't go out there?
No.
Did you call 911 back?
Yes, I did call
Okay.
911.
And what did you say?
I said,
Sorry,
she was
360.
pounding my door and I shot my
Sorry.
gun. Well, I'm pretty sure that's what
I'm
I
gonna give
said.
me another one
And she
tomorrow
was threatening
morning.
me, and she was saying, "I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you." So,
So it's a Remington 380.
Mhm.
Is it a revolver or a semi-automatic?
it's this black and then it's semi-automatic.
What color is the Remington?
Black.
Black. And that's your firearm?
Yes.
Okay. Um, so again, we're trying to get to. There's always two sides, right?
Mhm.
And there's the truth is somewhere usually lying in the middle somewhere. And I'm not trying to discredit what you're telling me, and I understand your concerns about, this is your area. You want to be able relaxed and not have to worry about all this riprap, basically. Yeah. But unfortunately, we can't get the other side from a G.
H-I-K, I think her name is. It's H-A-I-K-E.
Right. But we can't ask her side, right? So then we have to go by other people who may have seen or heard things, videos, 911 call recordings and things like that. And again, I have no doubt that they harass you and give you problems all the time. But again, when we review all the evidence, if it's going against what you're saying, and I know you say you.
The hell he mean he got no doubt that they ain't harass her all the time? How would you know that, sir? In that moment, how would you know in that moment that they harassed her? You have no doubt that they harassed her. Get the fuck out of here.
Heard this, but up front you said that's what she said. But I mean, that it's very important to be detailed and specific and honest, because again, if the evidence doesn't match up with what you're saying, then when we take this and show this to, a prosecutor who ultimately makes decisions about whether event or not, if you're not being completely honest now, it doesn't look good, you know what I mean?
Could be Coraline. Is that your name?
As we observe
Coraline?
Susan Lawrence
Could be
during her
right.
interrogation, her demeanor is notably composed. She consistently maintains that she was terrified and feared for her life when she shot A.J. Owens. This repeated emphasis on fear is crucial, as it lays the groundwork for a potential self-defense claim. However, an intriguing detail would later emerge during the trial. Prosecutors questioned Lawrence about whether she had researched Florida's self-defense laws, specifically the Stand Your Ground law, prior to the shooting. Lawrence admitted to seeing an article about it on Facebook earlier that day. While she vehemently denied researching the law with any intent to use that information, this revelation added another layer of complexity to her claims of acting purely out of fear. Further challenging Lawrence's account, detectives revealed that only 2 minutes had elapsed between Lawrence's initial 911 call about children trespassing and her second call informing dispatchers she had shot someone. This short time frame raises questions about the sequence and urgency of events, potentially undermining Lawrence's narrative of prolonged threat and fear.
Is it feasible to say that this is just got to a boiling point for you, that you couldn't take it anymore? And because again, if this stuff happened in the past, I get it, but we're talking about a specific event tonight where she didn't make it a point that she was trying to come in. She was trying to get your attention to say, apparently, to stop throwing things at her kids. Whether you actually, I know, listen, kids can lie, I get it. And I'm just saying, whether that actually happened or not, that's what she believed, because that's what she was told by one of her sons. So she was coming over there to, I mean, does that ring a bell of her telling you not to be throwing things? No? What specific words do you recall that she said?
I just remember her saying, "Don't talk to my sons that way, and I'm gonna fucking kill you." Yeah, that's what I heard. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ.
And you're sure when you were on the phone with 911, you told them that she said that?
I'm almost positive.
Yeah, I mean, if someone was, the reason why I ask is because, like, if someone, let's say I'm not a police officer, or, right, and I'm just at my house and someone's, like, beating on my door saying, I'm gonna kill you, or I'm gonna fucking kill you, oh my God. They're banging on my door, they're saying they're gonna kill me. Like, that's a very fear-provoking statement when something, if you're in a legitimate fear that someone's gonna come through your door and kill you, if you're already on the phone.
I wasn't on the phone though. I was in the bathroom when she
You weren't on the
started.
phone with 911?
No, I was already off the phone with 911.
Okay, so she had already maybe made that statement before you even called.
Oh, the second time?
Anytime.
I was gonna say the second time, when I called, she had already said it.
Okay.
So.
But the second time you called was after you had fired the
Yes.
gun? Okay. So.
And maybe I misunderstood it, because what my understanding was before I had to walk out of the room was that when she was knocking on your door,
it wasn't enough.
The way I understand that it got worse. Like so I'm starting off with
No,
and then we're gonna get
she
harder.
started off banging on that door. I mean, it was.
But during that initial time is when you had said before that she had made the statement that she was going to kill you.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just.
No, it's important that we learn the details, so that way as we gather and collect evidence, the details are what help us piece that together so we can see the big picture, right? I'll tell you that even as law enforcement officers, if we make a decision to use deadly force against someone, we have to sit and explain the same way with details. I did this because of this, making me feel like this, right? And an investigator from the state listens to us the same way we're listening to you, and they present that to a prosecutor the same way that we would, right? So we're just trying to understand the details of what happened from your point of view. So as we gather our evidence, we can.
Understood.
Does anyone else live with you, Susan?
No.
Okay. Your door is kind of like, probably not wood or whatever, but you can't really see through it. There's no windows or anything like that. And I know your sliding door is a little further over, but.
R.I.P. to Dick Cheney. R.I.P. Probably made mad, but rest in peace to Dick Cheney. Sure, she was upset she may have not told her because just get mad. What did you think about Dick Cheney? I didn't think so.
Something that he mentioned, as far as our training, when we have to go through making a judgment decision where we might have to pull the trigger, we have to know what we're firing at is a deadly threat, or what we recognize as a deadly threat. So my question is, how do you know what you're firing at when you're firing through a door that you can't see through, when you don't know if there's also a child outside standing there?
Dick Cheney, the former vice president under Bush. Dick Cheney. Y'all forgot about Dick?
Shoot him in the face, Dick. That's his name. Shoot him in the face, Dick. Well, that and Halliburton made him rich.
Y'all a mess. I be trying with y'all too over there. I just said rest in peace to the guy. He passed away.
And then you went and asked Matt if he liked him or not. So you initiated this conversation.
Why the hell would I say rest in peace, Big China, Melissa? You always trying to shade me behind my dialect. Why in the hell would I say rest in peace, Big China? You know what?
You mean the wrestler? You mean the wrestler? Well, no, maybe she thinks
gotta stop.
Maybe she was talking about that WWE woman wrestler, China.
Oh yeah, that is a wrestler. That lady, Big China.
Big China.
Okay.
She was big. She was big.
Nah.
Big chains, Dick Cheney. I can see
you
the.
thought I said big chain.
Big chains. Maybe she thought you were talking about a rapper or something. Yeah.
Y'all really be trying it. Like y'all really be trying it with truth. That's okay. I don't know. That's what it sounded like. I thought it was a rebel. Okay, I'm pushing play.
I'm asking you, what were you aiming at, and what were you intending to do when you fired that gun?
I was just fearful of my life. And I was just like, go away, go away. That's like, I think, was just get out of the situation, just go away already. And
But when you fire through a door that's closed, was it locked?
yes, it was locked.
Okay.
She read that on Stand Your Ground.
You said you're in the bathroom,
Absolutely.
which I understand you said it's kind of an open floor concept in there. So it's kind of open, but I'm assuming there's walls around the bathroom. You've got a door, you can close it. I'm not saying that, you're within your right, you're in your house, you don't have to do that. But if I'm looking at a door that's secured and whether someone's banging on it or not, law enforcement's already on the way. At what point do you,
The door is broken.
the door's broken?
Like that whole side panel, people have, she's pounded on it more than once, and he fixed it. But when everything started rattling so much, I was like, oh my gosh, she's gonna bust through it.
Okay.
So
it's broken right now, or it was broken before and then the landlord fixed it?
He Jerry rigged it. He put screws through it so that the centerpiece was supposed to stay in there, but she was pounding it so hard. I mean, everything was just rattling, and I'm like, oh my God, it sounded like a horse kick. It was so loud.
One thing that I think my partner was trying to get at, and I don't know that I actually heard an answer to the question. When you're inside the house and she's on the other side of a door that you can't see through and she's pounding on the door, you make the conscious decision to aim your gun at the door and fire one round, right? Just one round?
Yes.
Fire one round. Were you trying to hit her, or were you trying to scare her off? Were you trying to make a loud noise to say like, hey, I got a fucking gun, get away from my door? Or were you think like...
I was never intending to hit her. I just thought, I hit really high, I was just like, kind of, it's the first time I ever really used it, where I was, like...
Not on paper target.
Exactly, it feels like, oh my God, so I was shaking. I mean, I was just so distraught at that point in time. I'm like, oh my God, she's really gonna freaking come to my house. And I was just like, all I could think is go away, go away, go away, go away.
Did you mean to, were you aiming for the door?
I just fired the gun. Because all I could think of is, I felt like I was in mortal danger. I mean, it's just how I felt.
And what made you, I know someone's banging on the door, you feel like they could get in, but at that point where nobody had reached or been able to get through that secure door, What made you feel like that was the time that you needed to do that?
I usually have a chair propped up against the door at night.
Okay.
Yeah, and I didn't have the chair up there, and I didn't have the chain on the door either. So just the one lock was locked. And I'm like, oh shit, you know, of all the times that I never.
But before you decided to pull that trigger, you didn't think to try to put
I wasn't going near the door because she was actually physically moving the door. You know, like you could see the door moving. I'm like, oh dear God.
So the thing is, and again, I can 100% sympathize with being fed up with that kind of harassment and that kind of disrespect. But also someone lost their life last night, right? Much of a pain in the butt that they can be, they're not gonna have a mother now.
I understand that. That makes me sick.
And that is, as a parent, I think it's like the ultimate reason that we need complete honesty. And I think what really, your intentions were maybe not to kill her, but I think you would just reach that level that we've all got to, where we can really make a bad decision, where it builds up over time and you can't take it anymore. And I think that you shot at her because you were fed up and you were over it.
No.
Is that?
No.
No?
I absolutely feared for my life.
So this is,
It's either me or her. I mean, it's just like, I'm like, holy shit.
But did you see her with a gun or another weapon or anything like
But
that?
I don't know what she had on the outside. You know, when my lights were off, you know, so she came up, it was dark out. And I'm like, great, now she's pounding on my door. Now she's scaring the crap out of me. You know, now my door's moving and I didn't have it properly secured. And the next thing I thought, she was gonna be in my house, gonna kill me. I mean, that's honest to God what I felt. You know, it's not like, you know, I'm fed up or anything. This was a real fear.
But when we first started talking, you said you made it very clear to the 911 call taker that she was threatening to kill you.
Yes, absolutely.
And if that's not on the recording, is there any reason why that's not on the recording?
I have no idea. I'm pretty sure I said it. So.
Are you just pretty sure she said it as well? That she
Oh,
was
no,
gonna do it?
absolutely, she said it.
Okay.
She was absolutely, you know.
so the way that I see it is kind of like this. You have two things that you are looking at when you're in your position. You have this fear, this imminent fear of great bodily harm, death, serious injury, right? Imminent fear. Or you have, I'm in my apartment, I'm scared as shit, and I'm trying to scare someone off. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Do you understand what the difference between those are?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand, do you have this imminent fear that you're about to die? Or do you have this, I'm afraid of what's gonna happen if this person doesn't go away? Does that make sense?
No, I felt like I was in imminent danger.
Okay. How would you define imminent danger? I just want to make sure that you understand, because that's what the actual
Imminent
law.
danger, let's say someone coming at you, a nice 4-ton truck, you know, straight at you, and, you know, they're swerving with you when you're trying to run away.
Okay, so someone coming at you and you're this close to danger.
Okay. Now, the first time that you called 911, tonight or last night, at what point did you disconnect from the call? You called about basically the kids were in your area and you didn't want them there. At what point did you disconnect with them?
They hung up with me. They said, someone's on the way, to keep your doors and windows locked. And I said, okay.
But AJ wasn't there at that point?
No, she was not.
Okay. How long after you disconnected with them did she come over there, do you think?
I honestly thought it was you guys, someone banging on the door like that, because it felt, you know, like really heavy bang bang, you know, John doing it, and I was like, okay. And the thing that shocked me, like, what the hell? And she started screaming, and then, you know, it was just weird because I just thought she is just so angry, you know, and she's just ranting and pounding, and I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Well, from the information I got, she was angry and pounding because she believed that you had either struck or attempted to strike one of her kids with an umbrella and threw roller skates. And I'm not, again, I know how kids can be. They're not always very truthful about things. But I didn't have any information provided to me out there. And of course, we're still going through evidence and you know, that's an ongoing thing. But nothing that says that she threatened to kill you or that was doing anything more than trying to get you to come to the door, that she wanted you to open the door.
Why would I open my door to this woman? When she has
I wouldn't either. I
when
get
she
it.
has thrown things at me, when
Right.
she has followed me a foot behind me, I'm like, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
I mean, she's literally come up we had words about 2 months ago. And I walked away, I said, all right, whatever. And, I said, I'm sorry, just because I wanted to diffuse it, de-escalate everything. I'm walking away, and she's literally walking 1 foot behind me, like she was, I said, oh my God, she's gonna pound me into the ground.
So, yeah, I mean, that's my question though, is if she wasn't trying to come in, she's just trying to get, and again, I wouldn't come to the door either. If you're baiting on my door, wanting to cause something, I'm not answering it. But that's different than trying to bust the door down.
To me, she was
And you
trying
said
to
that the
bust
door's already broken, so
Yes.
how hard would it have been for her? Because she's kind of a big girl, right? How hard would it have been for her to break that door knowing your home? You know your door better than I do, but if it's already.
Well, we did put the extra long deadbolt in and everything. I did have the deadbolt on, so I didn't know how long the door was gonna
See,
hold
and,
up.
and that's why I'm asking is
So-
because at first it's broken and now it's super secure with an extra long deadbolt.
No, I'm just
And that's
saying that we did put but if you look at it, everything's crumbling. I mean, if you look at the door, things are crumbling. I'm like, oh my God, my landlord is 76 years old, and he jerry-rigged it, literally jerry-rigged it. And I'm like, oh my God, so it's not, I don't feel secure. Every night I stick a chair under that door to keep, because I feel like something's gonna break it in.
When did you install the new deadbolt, or did he did that? Someone else did it?
Yeah, Charles did it.
Okay. How long ago was that?
He just, I'm trying to think when the hell he did it, a few months ago.
And what was the reason for that?
She had pounded on the door once before, and kind of everything that he fixed previously, she had cracked apart. Like I said, it's not the
What did
first time.
what did you pound on the door for last time? What happened with that?
I think I called her kid an idiot or something like that. And like, you see the signs, stop coming here. He's got anything I want, I could just go in. And I'm like, oh my God. It's just.
And what did she do that time? She beat on the door?
She beat on the door and like, go away.
Did you call the police then?
We got called the police, and this when, she heard me calling the police, then she went away.
She went away. What was she trying to get you? Was she that
I have
kind
no
of?
idea. I have no idea what this woman is thinking. I mean, to me, she's just terrifying. At this point in time, I just thought she is not mentally stable, and, every time something happens, oh, it's my children, they're 100% little angels, and of course, you're demonized. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
But was she trying to get in that time, or was she just ranting and raving about you calling her son an idiot?
I think she was ranting and raving about me calling him an idiot.
Okay.
And I'm like, all right, whatever, go away, you bother me.
Okay.
But at that point in time, I had all the locks on, I had the chair up, like.
Did you get your gun that time?
No. I mean, it didn't feel, she wasn't as forceful that time as, this time was, like, oh my God.
And do you think the reason was because she believed that you threw something at her
I don't
kids,
know what,
or?
I have no idea what she was thinking. I can't even speculate. All I know is she's like, you screamed at my kids, or you said something to them, and then she's like, I'm gonna kill you. I'm like, fine.
And if your camera does work, do you you're confident that any video would back you up? Or and the reason I'm asking that is because this is the time, if there's any discrepancies, to clear that up now. And I'm just trying to be
I don't even know if
forthright
we
with you on
engaged.
that. What's that?
I don't even know if we engaged, because the last time she was there at night, I tried to play and nothing came up.
Did you ever know her to carry a weapon or anything?
But you can't tell who.
No, you never know.
I
That's
was gonna
right.
say,
We have kids out here running around with firearms and stuff. So, but I guess my question is, what is it that she did that made that an immediate threat to your life that you had to shoot when you did, or you were going to be harmed at
I
that
thought she was coming right through that damn door. I mean, this guy was my witness. I thought that one was coming.
What
through
made
that
you
door.
think that she was going
Because everything was shaking. I mean, my mirror that was on the wall was shaking. Like, how do you shake a cement block house? I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. That's why I thought,
So she was just beating, like.
Oh, she was wild with it. I mean, she was bam, bam.
What is your door made out of? It was like a metal or like a, I'm not sure.
I have no idea. And it just was like, oh, dear God, I thought I was going to get my,
How long do you think she was hitting the door?
I can't even speculate, because it could have been seconds, it could have been, when you get that fear response, and, she banged on it, I was in the bathroom, came out of the bathroom, and she was still banging on it, so I don't know, maybe a minute or two.
And you didn't try to call 911 back at
My
that
phone
point?
wasn't there. I didn't know where I put my phone.
You don't remember where you put your phone?
And I was like, crap, I can't find my phone.
So you have an app on your phone that lets you review the video?
Yes.
For your surveillance camera? Would you be willing to be able to let us look at that?
I don't have a phone.
Well, no, we have it in the office over here, but.
Yeah, get it.
Let me see what condition the battery's in, and I'll be back in just a moment, okay? Thank you. This is your phone, correct? Is it an Apple iPhone?
Yeah.
There's a passcode attached to it?
It faces.
Faces?
Yeah.
What's there's a numerical to it if you don't have your face?
Yes.
Do you mind providing that?
Yes, I do mind.
You do mind?
I'll open it for you. That's no problem.
Okay. You said it has a face unlock deal? And you said it's a blink?
Yeah.
Is that what both of those cameras are? They both.
Actually, right here, what's your name, Coraline? I don't, and maybe if the clown, or I don't even know the concept of her, but the clown can clarify. But right here, I don't think she's actually like in custody.
No, they
I
haven't.
don't know if she's been read her rights or anything, because there's a second interview where she actually taken into custody.
Yeah. No, they read her rights because she has the right to remain silent, and she waived that, and she's speaking to them, but she hasn't been charged with anything yet.
Right, because this is the night of.
Yeah, this is the night of.
Yeah, and they didn't even actually arrest her that night of. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Both blink cameras? Is that correct though?
I remember if one's blink and one's ring. I have to be brutally honest.
Okay, that's all
The
right.
two up front are blinks.
Okay.
It's gonna be front door.
Oh, so they both are. Oh, you have a few of them. Okay.
That's when the kids were playing. They were so loud in the house. That's the front. It'll say front door.
Now, did you delete any videos? No.
No. It's the first time.
I'm sorry.
It's the first time I looked at it since before.
Okay.
That's why I didn't touch it. Just let you have it.
So this is the only one. So this usually doesn't capture at night anyway. You said?
I have my TV on 75. It's still gonna, oh my God, it's ridiculous. Did you want to?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I'll just worry.
So there was
Now,
a
do you,
ring cam video.
And that's, again, this is not my decision how this plays out. This.
Did you hear me?
So what'd you say? Let me back it up.
There was a ring cam type video from Blink.
Well, what happened with it?
She says it doesn't record at night, so it doesn't have night vision on it. So it's going to be, you're going to see something, but you're only going to see in the dark.
But at least that even from that they can hear if that woman said, "I'm gonna kill you."
Yeah, they should be able to hear everything.
Did that record audio?
Not all of them do. You have to specifically ask for that.
Yeah, subscription. You just can't. Yeah. Well, I didn't hear that part. Let me listen to that again. Yeah, the camera I got, it actually has a night light. It's bright. Like when you look at my thing, when you look at my monitor, it's actually bright outside, like it's daytime. That's how bright it is. You see, just like you see in the daytime. But let me listen.
So you have it.
So this is the only one. So this usually doesn't capture at night anyway. So.
If one's blink and one's ring. I have to be brutally honest.
Okay, that's all
The
right.
two up front are blinks.
Okay.
It's gonna be front door.
Oh, so they both are. Oh, you have a few of them. Okay.
That's when the kids were playing. They were so loud in the house. It's the front. It'll say front door.
Okay. Now, did you delete any videos? No.
No. It's the first time.
I'm sorry.
It's the first time I looked at it since before.
This is the only one. So this usually doesn't capture at night anyway. So.
I think my TV on 70.
Honestly, think about it. What's the use of having a camera if you don't capture at night? Isn't that when you mostly need a camera? I think she deleted it to keep it cute. Who wants a
I
camera
didn't.
that don't record at night?
I've never seen any you could set to only video. Most of them are motion censored.
I think she. I think she. I think she either that or deleted it.
Well, not motion
Yep.
censored, but they just continually run, and then you have to go look at it. But
I don't know if any you can actually set the cut off at night or don't record at night and all that crap.
or
That's weird.
but you can clearly hear that it has sound.
Absolutely. So where is it from that night? This is weird.
Remember, she didn't come out of her house.
hindsight is 2020 because I don't think we paid attention to all this back then. I don't know if we discussed it or not, but like I said, hindsight is 2020. What you say,
Remember, she
clown?
didn't come out of her house for a little while.
And the thing is, if you got a ring camera, you should be able to see outside of that door and know that woman did not have a weapon. Like this, not making sense. Even though this case is over with, it's just with it coming back up. All this stuff just.
Yeah, but remember that the cop had to go get her. She didn't come out the house. They had to
Mm-hmm.
come get her. They had to knock on the door and make her come outside. So she had all that time to mess around with that thing. But here's the thing, though.
He asked her, "Did you delete it or something like
Mhm.
that?" That lets me know right there that he thinking something is weird too.
Yes, because but again, it doesn't matter because it's based, it's feeding to her phone, which means the person that she holds a contract with has all of the footage. They could just ask them for the footage.
367 may have heard her wrong, but I think she told the officer it doesn't record at night because she doesn't have data, so they run on her phone data. I don't know what.
She's lying.
Y'all, this thing finally popped up and it says 2 o'clock.
It was 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it said, but at least it's popping up on the timeline now because at first it wasn't. It wasn't even popping up on the timeline, but it's popping up now and it says 2 o'clock. So
They're doing something.
maybe it's another. Remember how the one of those cases we were covering? They actually had another court case going on in the same courtroom, and they had to wait for that court date to end. And I ain't no telling what's going on in Memphis. They trifling. Look at Trey. Them some trifling people.
Do they not have a lot of courthouses? They should. They got a
I don't
lot of
know what the
crime.
hell going on.
A lot of
They got,
crime. A lot of
you know
crime,
what I
more
mean? They
courthouses.
ought to have way more. They ought to have a whole lot of them. Shit.
They should have trailers set up outside with 24-hour court cases.
Like
Like they do for like
and
they do
pop
for
back
Mardi
down.
Gras. You know, remember during Mardi Gras they bring in trailers and stuff to process everybody
Mika,
quickly.
Mika T done dropped down out the bushes. Girl, look, let me tell you something, Mika T. I ain't no punk. I ain't no punk bitch, but one thing I won't do is go get into it with a Memphis woman. Look, we have watched them lives that Trey react to on his channel. Y'all don't play. Now, see, don't take that as a dig towards you. See, I like the women of Memphis. It's the men, like Trey. So don't. I love you, girl. She done dropped out the bushes. She done dropped out the Memphis bushes. She said, "Wait a minute, hold on, True."
Just bring a bunch of trailers in and just process as we go.
Girl, yeah,
Process
you
as we
say I'm
go.
from Memphis, but live in Virginia now. Oh, okay, girl, I hear you. I hear you, girl.
Virginia ain't much better. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, so yeah, it's 2 o'clock, y'all. So I guess we'll watch. I don't know how much longer we got on this because I was gonna play the second one. Oh, this one is almost over, so we might have time to play that second one, y'all. Being as though it's not gonna start at 2. We're just gonna be in court all damn day. But yeah, let's get through so we can maybe get in the second one before the trial starts. And then I gotta decide, and maybe y'all can help me decide. Do I wait till tomorrow to play today's so we can go through the breaks and stuff? Or should I go ahead and stream it live?
On what case?
The other
On the
one.
case, the
Oh, the
other
one we
case
talked about this
that's
morning.
starting at 2. The one we was just talking about, clown.
Ain't Trey doing that one? Want to go live? Or is he
Trey is
waiting?
my life.
Oh,
Trey
okay.
is streaming my life.
Oh,
Oh my God.
That's the way we've been doing it here lately. I need you to catch up.
Jesus.
Right.
Is there a problem? I don't know the problem. Is there a problem?
That damn Lisa said we love dick that slated. I remember that too. I remember that one that was in that bed going in on that boy and caught. They said that told that man he had a little dick and he couldn't fuck.
Rest in
Y'all
peace.
remember her?
Rest in peace, Big Chains. Rest in peace, Big Chains.
Shut up. Shut up. Y'all remember that one
Oh.
where the girl was going in on the dude that had left, he had just left her house and she didn't get lucky that morning. She talked about that man so damn bad. I said, "Ooh, I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for him, baby. That Memphis woman wasn't playing. Whew, baby. Okay, y'all. I decide whether we're gonna start it live today or
I
leave
like
it tomorrow.
taking the breaks and discussing it, but since Memphis takes so long, you go through it today, and then we'll be here tomorrow waiting on them to start again because they
Well,
so
they
And that way,
they
but that way we can get in. We can start this. We can continue this coverage.
yeah,
See, it's an advantage that they ain't got their shit together. We could cover both of these cases at the same time. Keep it cute. You get what I'm
Yep.
saying?
they take a break and don't even come back. It's like, what? He's not even gonna come back? We decided to wait till tomorrow. We'll just start up again
Just.
tomorrow.
Okay, well we'll start it today. We'll go ahead because they ain't gonna be in there but a couple of hours. If they starting at 2, unless they going past 5, it's only gonna be a couple of hours. But okay.
Oh my God, ridiculous. Did you want
No, that's okay. Just wait.
Somebody should have called the cops
Now,
on
do
her.
you,
TV at 75.
again, this is not my decision how this plays out. This is a determination for the state attorney's office. But if it goes the way where you are released, which I said, like, I don't know, I have to talk to him, be 100% honest. Do you have family or someone that you could stay with if that's the case?
I was gonna say, I'm gonna go get a hotel room. I'm not gonna stay at my place. I have to get the cats and take them with me.
All right, is there anything else that you can think of that I didn't ask or that might be helpful for figuring this all out?
Dear, I've never been in this situation before. This is all new and it's killing me.
Susan, give me just a minute. Okay.
Following the initial interview with Susan Lawrence and the examination of her phone, which yielded no significant evidence, she was released after police consulted with the state attorney's office. This decision was made to allow for further investigation and gathering of evidence. As the case progressed, authorities found compelling evidence to support charges against Lawrence. The fact that Owens was unarmed at the time of the shooting, documented history of disputes between Lawrence and the neighborhood children, as well as witnesses reporting that Lawrence had allegedly made racial remarks to the children in the past, all pointed to a more complex situation than Lawrence's initial claim of self-defense. Based on this accumulation of evidence, Lawrence was ultimately charged with manslaughter with a firearm in the death of A.J. Owens. The case went to trial, where a jury deliberated for 2.5 hours before reaching a verdict. On August 16, 2024, Susan Lawrence was found guilty of manslaughter. This conviction carries a potential sentence of up to 30 years in prison. A sentencing date has not yet been set.
Hold on, let me see something. What is this? Is this the case? I can do it, y'all. Oh no, that's when they sentenced her. We might get into that, but all right. So let me find the second interrogation.
Hey, clown.
Yes.
Is your new channel the Boogeyman?
Damn. Damn.
No. Damn.
the back.
Okay, here we go.
Susan. Okie dokie.
Now this is the second one. Everybody, this is the second interrogation. They gave her 20. Yeah, didn't they give her 25 years? Keep it cute,
Yeah,
or was it
yeah.
the whole 30?
No, they gave her 25 years.
So she would. How old that lady is? 60 something? Ain't she 60?
She's 61.
Yeah, she. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
She because she'll be like in her 80s when she get out.
She
If
already
she
visually
makes
more
it.
nervous. Yeah, she visually more nervous because, like I say, this is a couple of days after it actually happened. So this is the second one, y'all. Let's get into it. I'm glad. Shout out to Memphis that we actually able to get this much backstory done on this one.
Susan, I appreciate you coming back in and talking with us. You already have a water? Is there anything else we can get for you right now? You doing okay? All right, very good. Again, if you remember Detective Stibb, this is Detective
I'm Detective Pender. I haven't got a chance to meet you yet. I'm looking forward to being able to speak with you. I work with Detective Stibb. We work together. I was learning different things. So anyways, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and let him cover what he needs to, and then I'll get a chance to meet you then, okay?
So, Susan, obviously when we spoke the other night, it was kind of a lot of things going on still. A lot of the pieces of what happened were still trying to be put together. Since then, we've obviously talked to a lot more witnesses who were there. We've gained access to some video from around the area of where your complex is located. So during those interviews, during that process of obtaining new stuff, obviously it brings new questions that we wanted to kind of cover with you, try to verify some of the stuff you said, as well as clarify things that we don't quite understand. So I was hoping that we could do that today. Obviously, just like last time, I want to make sure that you understand your rights and everything. So before we get started, I just have to read you the same thing I did last time. Yes. Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer with him, have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to execute these rights, not answer any questions, or make any statements. Do you understand each of those rights I've explained to you? Okay. And having those rights in mind, you willing to talk to us now? Yes. Okay. So, like I said, we've talked to a bunch of other people since then. Has there been anything that you've thought of since you and I have last talked, in person at least, that you can remember that maybe at the time?
Somebody escort Michelle to the nut board. Please and thank
My pleasure.
you. Okay.
Because there's a lot of emotions and,
I don't know what else I could tell you, honestly.
Okay. So nothing that happened that night that you didn't remember at the time, or you just, like I said, there's a lot going on that you maybe didn't think to say?
I don't know what to tell you because
The
I told
questions
you
like
everything.
this make me know that what she said in that first interrogation wasn't adding up to what they, once they investigated more, whatever she said in that first interrogation wasn't adding up. Because he's asking her, did you leave some things out? Did she forget some things and things of that sort? You know what I'm saying?
Because it didn't make sense. Because remember when we first reviewed, a lot of shit she was saying wasn't making sense.
So yeah, this right here lets me know the police weren't going for it, girl. That's why your ass was.
That's their job, girl.
You got arrested.
So, some of the things, like I said, we were just trying to clarify because we were in the room together for a while talking, and we went over a lot of different things. So one of the things I wanted to clarify with you is and try to understand better is when Ajiko was at the door, when she approached the door, when was it that you realized that it was her coming to the door?
Because I said, who's there?
Okay, how did you know someone was there initially? Was it because?
It was a huge banging.
Okay.
They were just pounding at that door.
Okay. So initially, there was no words, it was just the pounding? Yeah. That's what started the interaction there?
Yes. And
where was the pounding at initially, where it first began?
At the front door.
At the front door?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did she Was it just like one
No,
or
no, no, it was
several?
just bang, bang, bang,
Okay,
bang.
all right, and then you asked her who's there, okay, and what was said then?
I think she said, why do you speak to my children this way? And I said, listen, I'm not going to speak to you. Go away. You know, if she had a problem, she should call you guys. You know, honestly. I mean, if she really thought there was something seriously wrong, I don't understand why she just came over and just started pounding on the door, you know, screaming and yelling. So.
And then what happened after you said to go away?
To go away, and then it got quiet for a bit, and then she started really banging, you know, just pounding on that door. She was relentless.
How long is a bit, would you say?
I don't know,
Like
because
5, 10 seconds or 2 minutes? Or?
It was an extended period of time, probably 20, 30 seconds, easily.
But during that time, you didn't hear anything else? Did you think that she went away?
No, I obviously knew she didn't go away because she was screaming while she was pounding.
Describe that. When you say screaming, describe what does that mean?
She was just, you're not supposed to speak to my children this way. Why did you, you know, and then she was saying, I'm going to kill you. And I'm like, holy shit, you know, and that's when
Well, you said there was like the initial barrage. You said, who's there? And she said, you know, what you said about not talking to her children that way.
Yeah.
And then you said it got quiet. So there was no banging, there was no words being said.
Because I thought she went away.
That's what I was asking, basically. I'm sorry if I...
No, it's okay. I thought, all right, you know, she's just going to do whatever she wants to do.
And you said that was like 20 to 30 seconds?
Yeah.
And then did she start yelling again first, or was there more banging?
It was banging, it was yelling. I thought she was just going to break down the door.
Okay.
So, I mean, my heart was pounding, and I was like, she's really going to kill me.
Okay,
That's
so
all I felt.
when she first came up and where were you when she started the beating, the very first time? You were in the bathroom when she started beating. And did you come to the door?
Well, I was approaching the door, and then she started screaming, and I knew who it was.
Okay.
I said, that's it, I'm not opening this. You know, because I figured if she came in, she would just absolutely, you know, pound me into the ground.
All right, and then when it became silent, at that first round of beating on your door, where were you at then? Did you go?
I went to wash my hands, honestly.
Okay.
You know, because I didn't know who was at the door, and I wanted to know, and then I was like,
okay.
You know, so I went back and washed my hands.
Okay. So that's during the time where it was kind of quiet, and you thought that maybe she went away. Okay. And when the banging and the yelling started again, where were you at then?
I think I was in the kitchen.
Okay. All right. And then what happened?
And then she just kept
Hold up,
banging,
Truth, her story changed up.
trespassing, get off my porch, you know, get out of here, you know, I'm not talking to you, leave.
Okay. Who else was outside the door?
Go ahead.
She didn't say this the first time.
Remember, we pointed that out last time.
Yeah. Yeah.
She switched up. Yup.
Yeah, I don't remember her saying she spoke to her.
Yeah. And in the first time interview, it wasn't a pause in her knocking. Because now she done went to the kitchen. And then she started knocking again. Her story changed.
Yeah, I remember
so that. When she was banging, the time before this, she said she knocked the door frame off. That would mean the entire door was inside the house.
Well, no. Actually, she said that this happened before.
Yeah, she
like,
cracked. She cracked
before
the.
she cracked it. And she cracked the door frame. That's why she felt like this time she would actually get in the door.
What she's talking about is that, you know, the outside pieces that cover the frame, the molding. That's what was cracked, because if anything else was cracked, they would have had to replace her whole door. So she's talking about that molding that goes around the door. That she didn't break your door. If that was the fact, they wouldn't have been able to put that extra lock in. They would have had to replace your whole door and frame. But that didn't happen. That's why they was like, they put another lock in.
Like, to me, it would have been some type of evidence of that.
Yeah.
Because they never said that it would have still been cracked, or that woman would have got in trouble with the leasing people. Or if that's your property, did you call the police for that? Did you call the police when she cracked your door frame?
Well, why didn't you call the police when she cracked your? That's destruction of property. You could have charged her with that, but that was not done. Some guy came. She said he rigged it to, and then he put another lock in. Well, how can you rig it and then put another lock in? And then why are you living somewhere where you have to sleep with a chair propped up against your door?
Come on, bro. But
Clem, I think she's lying. She's lying, man.
360 said, but she said last time she wasn't that bad, and this time was worse. If it wasn't that bad and she broke the door frame, and this time it's worse, the door frame is not broken. Make it make sense. Absolutely. Absolutely. This woman, child, listen. See, we can stay calm and point these things out in a calmly manner because I almost got heated earlier, but because we know this motherfucker in prison. The lies didn't work. The lies not. It's pissing me off all over again. The mere fact that she got the nerve to try to sue these people. You know what I'm saying? That's what heated me this morning.
If
you got the audacity. Go ahead.
If you look up "Stand Your Ground," there's a whole section in there of what it actually means, and the beginning parts of it says, "If you fear for your life, if you're in immediate danger, you do not have to retreat. You can secure yourself in your home." But it bases the fact that you must be in immediate danger.
This woman behind a whole door talking about
a whole with a double
See,
lock.
it would be different. Let me tell you what would make it totally different. That if bitch you hadn't shot through the door, but the girl actually knocked the door down and was coming into your home. There you have it. You have it.
She wouldn't have been in jail. She wouldn't have been in jail.
Right. She would have never went to jail.
If she broke
she would have never gone to jail. Period.
Yes, there would have been no charges being if she had entered your home. You had every right to defend
my
yourself.
door in, they might well get ready to go to glory.
Because
that's when you know you can shoot. You kick that door in. If you going down.
If you are physically kicking my door in, I have a right to shoot. Most people are smart enough to wait till they get inside and then light their asses up.
Right.
Absolutely.
And then if you fall backwards outside my door, I'm dragging your ass in there.
Nope. You don't have to because you can actually see that the momentum threw them out the door. But if you could actually place them inside, you're fine.
First of all, clown, I'm black. I got to be short.
You can't chase them out the door. You got to make sure that
everything. You ain't got to wear cameras everywhere. And if you ain't got one, your neighbor down regular across the street got one. Everybody got one.
Yep. And while you're doing it, you scream, "Oh no, don't hurt me." Pop, pop. Oh no.
If you honestly felt like that lady, was gonna kick that door in or beat that door down, I'd have stood right there in front of that door, and as soon as she kicked it down, there you go. But now, bitch, you shoot through the door and want to talk. No, that ain't gonna work. That's not gonna work. Okay, here we go.
Besides Adjika?
No idea.
You don't know?
I have no idea.
Where were the other kids? Because I know the kids had been over there prior to her coming over.
Yeah,
or?
they were right by the, where the fence is, and then there's a sidewalk. They were right beyond that sidewalk, inside where it's supposed to be no trespassing.
Okay, so they were outside of the fence while she was banging on the door?
I have no idea.
Oh, you're not sure?
I have no idea.
Okay.
And you asked me when the kids were there earlier.
Right.
So, and the kids finally, I went inside. I figured they left.
So you didn't know who else was out there at that time? Okay. So you went to the kitchen and she was still pounding on the door and yelling. And I know we've kind of gone over this a lot, but I want to make sure, now we're getting more like in order of things, because the first time we talked, it was kind of just like, it all came out all at once. And now that you've had a little bit of time to kind of think about things that happened again and try to get it in a good order that things happen, because it's very important to be able to say, okay, this happened first, this will happen next, so that we don't get them confused or anything. Okay. So after that initial silence where, well, I wouldn't say silence, but it got quiet, you were washing your hands in the bathroom, and then the pounding and the yelling started again, and you went to the kitchen. What were you doing in the kitchen?
I was looking for my phone.
Okay.
So I put my phone down somewhere and I started panicking. I started searching for the phone, and then she just kept banging and banging and banging. I'm gonna kill you, get out of here, And I'm like, I had nowhere to go. I mean, I was in the kitchen. There's the sliders, and the sliders always locked, and just that one door, so there's no escape. Okay. I couldn't leave. I couldn't get out of there. I was like, Jesus Christ! And she was pounding so hard, the mirror on my wall was shaking.
Okay. So that first time, I'm sorry to go back, but that first time that she pounds on the door, how long do you think that lasted before there was kind of the silence? I know you said she hit the door. You said, "Who's there?" And that what was it said?
Probably 5-10 seconds. She was.
There should be a back door,
and
right?
Then when it started again, how long? And I'm going to jump ahead just a little bit, but we'll kind of come back when.
I don't see why they wouldn't be. Every place has a back and a front door.
Unless you're in an apartment building, like a building itself, when you're on a ground floor level, there's usually a back, like 2 doors. And if I remember right, the door she shot her at was the back door, not the front door. Because why would you have a sliding door at your front door? You see what I'm saying? Wouldn't that be at your back door? Well, I think because it had a wraparound. It had like a wraparound to where you couldn't directly see into the house.
Mm.
Yeah, but there's windows. There's there's place. Don't say you're trapped. You're not trapped. But you got windows. You can open a window and climb out. She's on the ground floor.
Man, stop.
Damn, man. Oh. Mm, 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 mm. That woman had a plan. She knew what she was gonna do when that woman come up there. Cause y'all do remember she told the kid to go get your mama. Y'all do remember that part, right?
Go get her. Mm-hmm.
Go get your mama. That's what she told the young man to do, and that's what he did, and that's why he feels guilty. He feel like it's his fault.
Mm-hmm.
She started pounding on the door again and saying all that stuff to the point where you fired the gun. How long do you think that lasted?
2 to 5 minutes.
2 to 5 minutes.
I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Just everything's kind of. It was a while. I mean, it was a while. I kept thinking, okay, you guys are going to show up, because I called earlier, and no one was coming. No one was coming. I'm like, shit, I couldn't find my phone, and she was just banging and banging, screaming at me, telling me, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm like, she's really going to kill me this time. That's all I kept thinking. She's literally going to come in this house and kill me.
Okay. When did you find your phone? At what point?
After I shot her. I just started searching the house frantically until I found it, and I wanted to make sure that I called and said, I shot, because I heard her go, ugh.
Where was your phone?
I think it was in my computer room.
In the computer room? Okay.
So, let me just understand this a little better because I'm not really sure. So, the woman that got shot, what is her name?
AJ.
AJ, right? It's AJ. Okay, and how long have you known her?
I really didn't know her. I just, she was a neighbor across the street.
Okay, so how long has she been a neighbor across the street from you? How do you understand that?
A year and a half, 2 years.
Okay, year and a half and 2 years. And in that year and a half and 2 years, how many times have you guys been able to talk?
We've never talked. It's more like screaming.
No, okay, all right. So maybe the better word would be communicate. How many times have you guys been able to communicate in that year and a half or 2 years?
2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times. And in those 2 or 3 times over a year and a half and 2 years, what were you guys screaming about? What were you guys communicating about?
She would take her dog and walk it on my sidewalk to make sure it's shit on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Of all the places you can walk and take your animal, you're going to come here.
Sure.
She said, it's the only place my dog will go to the bathroom.
Okay.
So, no, I don't think so.
Okay, so you guys would have a disagreement regarding that, some screaming regarding the dog pooping where it shouldn't. What else would you guys communicate about in that 2 or 3 times?
Then one time she was talking to the neighbors and she said, oh,
I don't remember exactly where the tablet was found. I think she threw the skate at the child and she picked up the tablet. Now, what she did with it, I don't remember. I don't remember what she did with the tablet.
I can't remember either. I don't know if she said she gave it back or gave it to another kid or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't either. I can't remember.
bitch over there is crazy. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to, sorry. I walked over, I said, what is your problem? And she just went on a tirade. I've never heard someone scream like this woman. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, she exploded. And I'm like, oh shit.
How long ago was that?
2 months ago.
2 months?
2, 3 months ago. And then she was saying I called her kids all kinds of names. And I'm like, no, I didn't. And the more I said no, the more irate she got. Finally, I'm like, let me just back up, say yes, I'll apologize, and scurry away.
What kind of things was she saying that you called her kids?
I called them racial slurs, that I called them slaves, and that's never happened. I mean, when she said, oh, what are you, stop already, stop lying, And I was like, enough, what? I did call them retards once. because they just kept coming and coming. I said, are you retarded? You can't read the sign?
Okay.
You know, how many times do we have to tell you you're trespassing? You know.
Now, all these kids nowadays, they have tablets and phones and stuff. Are you, I mean, you can tell us the truth. I mean, it's just us in here. I think we were looking at the different videos and people were telling us about, we spoke to everybody in the neighborhood separately. Was there other times when you got frustrated or something with these kids and you've said something else that we're not talking about? I mean, have you said other words to them or something about middle fingers or something? Tell me about that.
It wasn't at the kids. It was at the gentleman.
Who's the gentleman?
I only know him by his name, Sapito. He's a guy, he gets all the kids together, so they're screaming and yelling, and they're doing all this crazy stuff, and I'm like, stop already. And I asked him, I said, please stop. I don't like the yelling. I just, you know, I'm sorry, I'm going to break down.
No, take your time. What is the crazy stuff that Sapito has these kids doing? Tell me about that.
He used to ride a four-wheeler. And he would come around the house. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Then you have the kids on the back, no helmets, no nothing. And I'm like, stop already. The one time I went out there, he almost hit me. He's like, missed you. Jesus Christ, really? And I'm like,
okay, you want me to explain the iPad?
Right now. I have aneurysm on my left kidney artery. If you hit me, you'd kill me.
So what, clown?
You want me to explain the iPad?
Go ahead.
Okay, according to the documentary, one of the kids.
We're not talking about the documentary today.
No, okay, but they explain the iPad.
See how you do? See
they
how you do?
Explain the iPad. Would you like me to explain the iPad or not?
Keep it on the iPad, please.
Okay, so when she yelled at the kids to get away, one of the kids left their iPad. So when the kid went back to get the iPad, he asked for the iPad back, and she threw the skate at him. And then when she threw the skate at him, and then they all left. So that's why they left the iPad, right? Because she threw a skate at him. They all ran away, right? So the child left, but actually left the iPad behind, which the woman took. One of the children went back to her resident to retrieve it. She threw it, hitting the boy and cracking the screen.
Damn.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, now I remember. Okay, yep.
And it was
that lady should have been over there to kick her ass. She should have been over there to kick her ass, but I forgot about that part.
Yep, I remember that part now. Yep.
Yeah, 360. The clown is good for something. You know, he's good. He's good.
Yeah, he's good for something sometimes.
Damn.
Yeah, sometimes.
Wow, really? Okay.
Thanks, clown. Appreciate it.
Because we couldn't. I know Keeper Creek was over there just like me trying to remember. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to remember. Yeah.
Then why didn't you speak up when we were insinuating about the tablet, man? Oh my God.
Where's HR?
Y'all are the most eatingest men I ever. I know we be on here. Take y'all breaks and stuff.
3 hours.
You a clown be over there.
3 hours. 3 hours. We've been out.
It's been longer than 3 hours. We did the other line, remember?
Yeah, you're right. But that woman had every right to go to. She just cracked a $1,200 iPad, or we'll just say
Man,
maybe $800.
Come on, bro.
Man, I would have been pissed too.
Hell yeah! Shit, I'd have brought my gun to shoot her for cracking that iPad. I mean, what the hell?
That lady was. Oh my God! Like, man,
they should be suing her for the $800 for the iPad.
Come on. Child, this woman. Thank you, clown, because I damn sure was trying to remember.
So was it on last Friday that you were kind of giving him the middle finger then? Is that what I was understanding?
I may have given him the middle finger because you're just out there, and I took a picture, and he's like, oh, go take more pictures on me. You know, because...
What other kind of crazy things is he having these kids do? Is it something where he's...
Why are you giving little kids the middle finger?
The kids are like, we're tired, stop, we're tired.
The same reason why she was calling them niggers, the same reason why she was calling them retards, the same reason why she was breaking iPads and throwing skates.
You
She's an evil
grown
bitch.
Ass woman giving kids
bullying
middle
children.
fingers.
grown ass woman, old ass woman at that ARRP looking ass. And y'all know what I'm talking about. Looking ass. Bullying children. That's what she was doing. Period.
I'd have slapped this old lady myself.
I'm just saying. Like, girl. Yeah, AARP. Thank you, 360. You know what I was trying to say.
NARR. What?
I said ARRP or some shit.
Yo, you did. You said the NARRP.
the double CPAPA. You know what I mean. Shit. Over there bullying them kids. It's ridiculous.
Is he like a coach or do they play
I
sports
don't
or
know.
something?
I have no idea. And he's like, come on, you weenies, get moving. And the kids are like, no, we want to stop. He's like, you can't stop.
Is he the father of one of those kids that live?
I have no idea.
I'm not sure.
I don't know who he is. I just know that. And I asked him, I said, please. I said, one of my friends was murdered when I was very young. And she screamed. She was bound and gagged. And the guy thought he killed her. And she screamed. And so every time those little kids scream, I keep thinking of my friend Elizabeth.
Tell me about that. Whoa.
So when I asked him, please, these kids screaming like this, it's triggering me. I don't want.
Hold up. This didn't even happen to her.
Did you hear this wench?
This is something that happened to her friend. Remember they kept talking about her traumatic childhood. This didn't even happen to you. Okay? That's like people having PTSD.
And she said every time the children screamed, it reminded her
of her friend.
Oh my God, bitch. Like you should be in somebody's psych ward.
You know what?
With triggers like that.
What prison is she in?
Somewhere in Florida.
I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna start sending letters to all the women in that prison talking about, hey, when you see that old bitch that shot that woman, just start screaming right behind you. Just scream. Scream as loud as you can. But that's ridiculous. It was my friend. And all I can remember is that scream, and it reminded me of my friend. That didn't even happen to you.
Man.
That's like watching something on TV and you got post-traumatic stress disorder now. How the hell does that even happen? She lied. Somebody told her, well, tell me you had a
You gotta remember this is a couple of days. You gotta remember this is a couple of days after the initial when the initial incident, and so she's had more time to think and research.
Oh
she's researching laws and shit.
Yeah,
she had enough time to come up with some more lies. Yeah. She had enough time to come up with some more lies. She done added a friend passing away in the shit. You know what, girl?
I hear this, and you're like, you're full of shit, you're a liar, you're this, you're that. I'm like, really? I'm like, why would I tell the story and it's not true?
I know this is kind of not really related to what we're talking about, but what happened with your friend? Is that when you were very young? Or
14.
Oh my God.
So a guy came and he raped her and he beat her and he thought he killed her. And he bound her up. She was at Chilton factory, the Old Spice factory in Jersey. And next to it was a children's playground. And he buried her there in a shallow grave. And she wasn't dead. So when the coroner said that there was all dirt in her lungs because she kept screaming and screaming and screaming. So every time those little girls screamed, it just kind of made me think of Elizabeth.
Have you ever been a victim of any violence?
Oh, yeah.
Describe that to me.
I was raped and beaten.
Did that happen here or in New Jersey?
In Jersey.
Okay. And how long ago was that?
Started when I was 4, it didn't stop until I was like 20.
Okay. And was New Jersey police or whatever able to help you out with that, give you justice or anything? No. Was that ever reported to law enforcement?
No, because I was starting to be killed.
Okay. So that was something that wasn't reported. Was this from a known family member or something? I worked Special Victims Unit for years. Okay. So this was from a known family member. Have you ever been a victim of some kind of violence from a random person or something like that?
Yes.
Describe that to me.
I was dating a gentleman, a doctor, up in Michigan. And we were going to move forward with the relationship and everything, and he got super drunk one night, and he started beating me.
So that sounds like domestic violence, someone else that you were associated with, and they did something bad to you. Was that, were you able to report that to New Jersey or whatever it may be? Were they able to arrest that man?
Up in Michigan.
Michigan. Were they able to arrest him for anything?
I never said anything. I was so embarrassed.
Sure. Sure, that's
wow. How convenient.
I should know. I mean, as soon as he finished and he passed out, I left.
Okay.
I just got out of the situation, never spoke to him again.
Have you ever been a victim of anything like robbery or anything like that before?
In Jersey, yes.
Okay. Were you like robbed like at a store, a gas station, or what? Describe that to me.
We were selling tools out of the back of my car for some company, and we stopped at a stop sign. It was myself and 2 other girls who were doing it with me, and they entered the car and just took everything.
Who's they? Who did that to you?
I can't remember. It was a bunch of guys.
Okay.
that were in the neighborhood.
You able to get them reported, and they were.
We reported it, but they never found them.
Okay. Did those guys ever harass you ever again or anything like? Okay. Have you ever been a victim of violence at your home that wasn't someone you knew, a random person coming and hurting you or something like that?
No.
Okay. Anyone's ever broke into your house before in New Jersey or in Michigan or in Florida or anything like that?
They broke into the house when we lived in Pompton Plains.
Where is that? Is that in New Jersey?
Yeah, this is up in Jersey.
And when you said they broke into, describe that to me. What happened?
It was a bunch of young kids that my brother knew,
Uh-huh.
and he had a dirt bike and everything, so they stole his dirt bike and they stole some other stuff.
Sure. And were you home when that happened?
I believe so.
Okay. When you say you believe so, did they like sneak in the night and they went in the garage?
It was in the night, and they went out into the shed.
They went out into the shed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. So I'm trying to understand. I can know what happened to you this time. We just talked about that. I'm saying, has anything like this ever happened to you before, where someone was trying to break into the house and hurt you or something?
No, not like this.
No, nothing like that. Nothing like that's ever happened to you before. I just wanted to see if there was a similar experience. We talked about unreported sexual abuse. We talked about domestic violence. We talked about whenever you were robbed once of something by some men, and then there was something stolen out of a shed. Is that right, in New Jersey? Okay. But then we're talking about what happened there today. And this woman that she passed away. You said that you guys had yelled at each other 3 or 4 times in about a year and a half to 2 years. Is that right?
Yes.
And the last time she yelled at you a lot. Did you ever? I've worked as a patrol deputy for years before becoming a detective. Did you guys ever get in like a fight in the street or anything like that? No, nothing like that.
You gotta be kidding me. I'm sorry.
I gotta ask because I don't know you that well.
Okay.
Did she ever brandish a weapon or anything like that or something?
The only thing she ever did is she picked up the no trespassing sign and threw it at me and hit me.
Okay. And I know that the police came out a lot of times. Did the police ever come out for that time when she threw the sign?
Yeah, and then everybody in the neighborhood said, "Oh, we didn't see anything."
Okay.
So it was a he said, she said. So they said they couldn't charge anything.
Sure.
I'm like, all right.
And obviously you have a firearm. I haven't had a chance to ask you about this. Now, is that a gun that you've had for years? You just had it for a couple weeks. Help me understand that.
No, over a year.
Okay, over a year. And where do you normally keep that secured in the house?
That's usually next.
Thank you, 360.
It was in a garbage can next to my bed.
Okay. And is it like?
Now that was the Remington that you're talking about that you got over a year ago?
Yes.
Okay, so when we were at the house, there was the other one,
Yes.
the 22, was a Ruger.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you had that firearm?
A few months.
Just a few months?
Yeah, not very long. And the only reason I did it is because it was so expensive to shoot the Remington.
Oh, with the 380 rounds?
The 380, yeah,
expensive,
way more expensive. So I got the little plinker, just target practice and stuff like that.
Are you experienced with firearms? You got 2 guns, and it sounds like you have the little plinker, and you know about the price of ammo. Are you well versed with them?
I used to be terrified of firearms. And then a friend said, you really can't defend yourself. He said, you should think about getting a gun.
Okay.
So,
when did you first get a gun? Was it just, or did you have other guns historically?
no, I never did.
Okay.
I first bought a 9mm, but it was just way too much gun for me, so I sold it.
Uh-huh.
And then I got the little 380.
Okay. And did you go to any kind of training for those using guns, like going to the range, or tell me about that?
I went to the range, watched videos, all the other stuff, just self-educating, and I was going to go take a permit to carry course.
Sure.
And I didn't get around to it.
Yeah, okay. So you were self-training yourself. You had plans to do that in the future, but it didn't come to that. So thank you for helping me understand that. And describe to me, AJ, you've only had these arguments with her a few times, but what I'm confused about is that we're talking about her banging on it 3 times, and then there's a pause, and there's everything else you just described Detective Stitt. And you said that this was the time that she was going to come and kill you. That's confusing to me because it sounds like you guys really didn't have any other times that she was going to come and kill you?
No, she was saying she's going to kill me. I mean, she's verbalizing it. She would say, I'm going to kill you.
Okay.
It's not like this is the time she's going to come and kill me.
So I'm trying to get in your mind, and I'm trying to be brought to that moment to why you believe that. And we were talking, you were in the bathroom, then you were in the kitchen. I mean, I know that she's saying something, and you're inside your house, and she's on the other side of that wall and that door. Were you able to ever see her to see if she had anything in her hands?
There's no people or anything.
There's no people, things. Okay. Were you able to look through a window or anything to see if she had anything in her hands or anything?
No.
Okay. So you don't know what's going on, but you can hear her voice.
Yes.
And
You saying something true? Because we can't hear you.
Hell yeah, I was on mute talking to 360. You saying you can't see the video on my live? Because I'm looking at it. Y'all still see the video, right?
Yeah, the video's up.
Mm-hmm.
Try leaving and coming back, 360.
You see how that detective
and you said that she's
going.
Yeah, they done done a little investigating and know that she pretty much lying.
It's bad cop, good cop. The other guy's the good cop. This guy is the
Mhm.
bad cop who's trying to let her know.
And
I
he's
don't
trying
believe-
to trip her up. You see
Yeah,
how he's trying to trip her
I
up?
don't believe nothing you say.
Mhm.
Well, the other
Coming
guy's
right
like,
at her, coming right at her.
Mhm.
And she's a fast talker now. Don't get it twisted. She's old slickster.
Mhm.
She's a fast talker.
But he's faster.
In the wall hard enough that was the door?
Absolutely.
The mirror's moving?
Yes.
And she's hitting the door?
She's hitting the door.
Okay. And there's no peephole or anything like that? You don't know who all's out there, but you can hear her voice?
Yes.
Okay. What made you shoot that spot on the door? It sounds like you had some experience with the gun, so bring me to that moment. What happened?
I grabbed the gun, I was shaking like a leaf, and the more she pounded, the more she screamed. I was like, stop, 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 go away, move away. She wouldn't move away. Finally, I'm going to kill you, and that was the last time, and I just fired and fired.
Okay. Was there a spot you picked or something like that?
I just kind of, there was the door, I knew she was at the door.
So since the last time you and I talked, I went in the house, we, did the stuff inside the house as far as photographing, looking at where everything is at related to where the door is. And you said you had shot from the kitchen. So when you come in, it's like a
table.
Kitchen table?
The table that's there, the two seats with the table.
Okay.
That's where I shot from.
That's where you shot from. Okay. Like right next to it?
Yes.
Or like further back?
It was, I remember the table being there.
Okay. How were you holding the gun when you fired it? With two hands?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you were initially in the kitchen when, you went to the restroom and then you were in the kitchen looking for your phone while she was pounding on the door. And you said that you believe it was between 2 and 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Was that total time from when the first pounding started to the time that you fired the shot, 2 to 5 minutes? Or do you think it was shorter time than that or longer?
To me, it seemed like 2 to 5 minutes.
2 to 5 minutes total?
Well, by the time I shot the weapon, at least 5 minutes.
Okay. Did she ever try to open that glass sliding door or open the door handle or anything like that? Or was it just the pounding?
I just remember her pounding and pounding and pounding.
Okay. So you said that you kept the firearm in the trash can in the bedroom, so at some point, did you go?
Yes.
So you thought about it and said, I might need this, or?
Absolutely. I mean, I got terrified. I mean, I was so terrified she was going to come in and kill me.
Okay, so you left the kitchen area?
Yes.
And that's when you went to your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the other gun at that time, do you know?
I thought it was right there.
The Ruger?
I thought the Ruger was right there.
I mean, we found, yeah, it was, but you said that you used the 380, right?
Yeah.
When you fired the gun? Okay. Is there any reason why you chose that gun inside the other one? They were both loaded, right?
They were both loaded. I was just the one that picked up.
Okay. Did you handle the other gun at all?
I don't remember. Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay. Because the reason I asked is when we went in there, the 22 was actually on top of the 380. So, I'm just trying to figure out how it is that you went in there, took the 380, fired the 380, went back, and you would have put it back in there, but then the other gun was on top of it. So I'm just trying to figure out if maybe, you're just moving stuff around after things happened or something fell. I'm just trying to understand.
It may have fallen off the bed. I don't know. I just remember looking for my phone, and I just remember I put the gun back in. So, there's all kinds of papers in there, so it could have flip-flopped.
Is that an actual, do you use it for trash, or those important papers that were in there?
Those are papers I keep.
Okay. All right. So you said it was about, let me ask you this, and maybe this can kind of help us get a better time frame. From the time that you called 911, these kids are on my property again, they're yelling, what happened that first 911 call? That time that you hung up with 911, how long before she showed up and she was pounding on the door? After you hung up?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So about 10 minutes after you disconnected and they said, hey, we have deputies on the way, 10 minutes after that is when she started pounding on your door. Okay. And you say anywhere from, you believe, from 2 to 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there, and I just want to be clear, 2 to 5 minutes from the first time she pounded to the time where you felt in danger enough to pull the trigger?
Yeah.
Okay. And how many times, I know this is, how many times do you think she was hitting your door during that?
Okay, Tanya, thank you. Tell her we say hey, and we still praying for him, okay? Tell him to get better.
That time frame that you believe is about 2 to 5 minutes?
She just kept pounding it. Just kept pounding it and pounding it.
So just more than 5, more than 50?
God, it had to be, I don't know. I can't even speculate. I just remember her pounding and screaming and yelling.
Okay. And did you call 911 immediately after?
As soon as I found my phone.
Okay. How much time do you think after you fired the shot? So within a minute?
Within a minute,
and you
yes.
immediately called 911?
Yes.
Did you call anyone else before?
No.
Did you call anyone else after?
No, I don't think so, because you guys were here. I mean, you guys came right away.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
What's with the racial statements that everyone's saying that you made? I mean, have you ever used the N-word and they're using it against you? Have you said it in passing or something?
I have no idea. But it could have been I was speaking Hungarian and instead of English.
So you're native Hungarian? Is there?
My father was Hungarian, my mother was Polish, so we spoke mainly Hungarian in the household.
Okay, and is there Hungarian to these kids or anything like that?
Yeah, and they looked at me and said, stop making up your language. I said, okay.
So let me ask you real quick. You know that we had your phone, right? Okay, so a judge actually signed an order to allow us to go into the phone and look over certain things that would assist in trying to identify the timeframes of things that happened. And during the interviews where we were out there talking to other people who live in the neighborhood, they told us that there's been times where you go out and either create video, like record with videos or take photographs of what the kids are doing in your area out there. So you know how anybody can have a phone or a device that's recording. Imagine, I'm sure the kids have phones out in the neighborhood. A lot of them have tablets that record video. So when we talk to these people and we talk to them, they tell us something, but we have to kind of verify that. So we ask them the same questions. Do you have any video, audio, anything that would document as what you're saying is true? So when he's asking you questions like that, sometimes we have to ask questions that we already know the answers to. And it's not to try to trick someone. It's just to try to see how credible they are and how reliable their statements are. So when we ask them something that we already know the answer to, and if they answer us and it matches up, then some of the stuff that we're still trying to learn and put the pieces together to, we have more credibility and believe in that. Again, he was referring to some of the racial statements that have been alleged. Where does that come from? And like, is there something more, like, did something happen in the past, or is that how you were raised, or is it just something because these kids are just always like
when I was 12 years
antagonizing
old,
you?
they're forever antagonizing me. When I was 12 years old, some girl in middle school thought I was some other girl, and it came down to where I was stuck in a phone booth, and at least 35 other people were around motorbikes. And so they ended up calling the police, and he had to disperse the crowd.
Okay, and what wound up happening then? I mean, anything?
I had to leave school early every day. I couldn't be around. I couldn't do any extracurricular activities. I just had to be very careful at school.
Oh, wow.
And so it's just, it was craziness.
So I'm sorry, how did that, I mean, you're kind of describing it, I could take a guess, but I mean, how did that make you feel towards your classmates? Did you have friends at that school?
Yes.
Okay, so you had people that you could confide to and be friends with, but you said that you had to be escorted to the bus or something like that?
No, I left 5 minutes early every day.
You had to leave early every day. Okay. And how old were you when that happened? 12. And I mean, it sounds like there's been some issues. Is that something that's caused problems with you for the rest of your life?
No.
No, that doesn't. Okay.
I don't believe so.
Okay. So we're just trying to figure out where some of these, we heard that you said the F word and the B word. These are what the kids are saying.
I definitely dropped F-bombs.
Okay. And what are you saying the F word to?
Pick your fucking shit up.
Referring to stuff on the ground or something? And when we say the B word, what are you referring to that? Who are you talking to? What are you saying when you use that language?
B word.
Yeah, which I'm assuming is bitch, but I don't really know.
Okay.
Have you said that word to them?
Remember.
Or the bastard, possibly bastard?
I don't could have been either word.
Yeah.
Are those words that you've used when you're outside around the kids or something like that?
I guess if they were really annoying me, I may have let one slip.
Okay. And how would they really annoy you? Like just
screaming?
Okay. The screaming, and that would maybe let one slip. Okay.
But the girls would do something so stupid. I've never seen anything like this before. They would go face to face with one another until you could scream louder.
Yeah.
5 feet outside my door. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? I'm like, why? I want to see who screams louder. I'm like, take it over to your house.
Sure. Okay. So Detective Stith has been talking to you about the timeline, okay? And some of the work we've done. Now, this is a picture that I draw. I'm not an artist at all, but when I tell you some of the work we've done, we spoke to all the people over. This is your house, by the way. In these buildings, we spoke to them all in these buildings, and we talked to anybody that had cameras that would see different areas. These cameras, they hear things. We're able to hear audio. We're able to hear things like that. And everyone we interviewed, I pretty much got the same, Detective Stith, I think we all got the same statement from every single person we interviewed. We lined up, well, we didn't line them up. These people were interviewed in different locations. Some of them were interviewed in different buildings, in different places. I interviewed them at different houses, and all these people provided me similar statements, okay? No one that provided these, now these people could hear her talking, okay? Because she was talking loudly. You said that you could hear it through the wall, and I can agree with that, okay? She made a statement, something to the effect of, why'd you take my kid's iPad? Okay, somebody heard her say that.
I never touched an iPad. I never saw the iPad. I don't know what this iPad is about.
A tablet or something like that?
Again, no tablet, no iPad, no electronics at all. It was never there, or at least I never saw it.
Okay.
So I have no idea.
Maybe she's wrong, but was she asking you about a tablet or accusing you of something with a tablet or an iPad? I don't know if it's an iPad or a tablet. She could have?
She could have.
Okay. You seem unsure of some of the stuff she's saying through the door. Did she say, you're not really sure if she said that?
She could have said it during her rants.
Okay. She's saying these things. The thing is everything that we've learned so far, I have not learned of her ever saying to you that she wanted that she wanted to get into the house. It sounded more like she wanted to talk to you outside of the house.
How do you want to talk to outside the house when you're banging and screaming?
Yeah.
That's not reasonable.
One of the people said that she said, "Come outside."
That's not. I'm sorry. That's not what.
It's not reasonable and prudent. I mean, you just don't, bang and expect someone to come out. Yeah, I think I'll come outside so you can,
Well, I know.
Seriously.
What she's learned, what I'm learning, what these people said is that she was saying to come outside. She wanted to confront you about something. She wanted you to come outside. Do you remember her making statements and asking you to come out there and talk to her?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay, so you don't remember that, and you seem unsure about some of the statements she made about the tablet. No one that we've interviewed so far has made any statements about her saying that she wanted to kill you.
That's what I heard.
Okay. You said you were so in fear and you're shaking. Is your memory affected regarding this incident in some way?
I just remember being terrified that she was banging and screaming, and I just remember hearing her say, "I'm going to kill you." Early in the night, before I called the police, I don't know how old he is, but he said, "I'm going to make sure you get killed tonight."
Which son? She has two sons.
I know. I don't remember. It was one of her sons, but he was there. He's like, "I'm going to make sure you get killed. I'm going to make sure that you know." And I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Has this person ever shown you a weapon or anything like that?
No. But, I mean, the little kid said it, and then all of a sudden his mom's coming over, and she's banging and screaming.
Now, I asked you this earlier. You said you can't see out there, but you've only seen her a few times. Mm-hmm. What means does she have to through the wall?
Like I said, she was banging so much, everything was shaking and moving.
Now that house,
which I couldn't believe because it's a cement block house.
That was my next question. So it's a cement block house, and the door, the deadbolt was activated, right?
The deadbolt was activated, right? And you just didn't have the chain lock?
I was going to say, I remember I didn't have the chain. I'm not quite sure if I had the deadbolt on or not.
Okay. I believe the last time we talked, you said you had the deadbolt, but you didn't want to get back close to the door to do the chain, is from what I recall. And you said you had the extra long deadbolt just installed, recently?
Charles did it.
Okay, Charles.
So that's what so the deadbolt's activated, the door's closed, it's a block house. I'm just trying to understand what made you so in fear of this woman if you have these things between you.
When we had spoken previously on the other time when she screamed at me and I finally acquiesced, I said, "Whatever you want, I'm so sorry." She followed me a foot behind me up until I went into the house. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, she gave me the creeps.
What happened during that incident where she followed you? What was the conversation?
She said, "Oh, you called my kids." I think or something stupid like that, and I'm like, okay, whatever. Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize, and I finally said, I'm going to leave this alone. I don't need, to get killed in the street.
Did she tell you if she had recordings of you saying that?
I have no
or like
idea.
one of the kids?
I have no idea.
But you apologized, and she continued to follow you anyway?
Yeah, she followed me anyway.
How far did she follow you?
Like right up to where I go in by the wood.
By the fence?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
She finally just went away.
Okay. And how long ago was that?
That was like a month or two ago.
Okay. And was that an incident dealing with she had the dog and the kids were over there?
No.
No, that was something different.
Something different.
Okay. And I think that was, I want to say, was it April? Does that sound right? With the you had called because again the kids were over there, the dog was over there. Does that sound about right? Okay. But that was a different incident.
Yeah, it was a different incident, yes.
And where were you at when you had that conversation where she started following you? Where were you?
I was in the street.
Okay. Like by the mailboxes or?
No, I was close to her driveway.
Close to her driveway. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did she make any threats of physical violence to you then?
I can't remember. I honestly can't remember.
Okay.
She was following you and that made you feel creepy, right? Or creeped you out, I think is the word you said?
Yeah.
Okay, but there wasn't any threats of physical violence then. And you said...
why would you, if the conversation is over, why would you still pursue someone? I mean, to me...
Was she still saying things? Was she still
No,
talking?
she just followed me. And I just felt like, at any point in time, she could knock me down and do something. I was like, oh my God. And I didn't want to tangle with her anymore.
And was it only her kid that you called a slave, or was there other kids in the neighborhood?
I never called anyone a slave.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said
No.
sorry for it.
I said I'm sorry for it because I didn't know how else to diffuse the situation.
Okay, so you told her that you did say that, but you were saying it's to diffuse the situation?
Yes, absolutely.
So have you ever called any of those kids?
Never called them a slave. Never.
Never said anything about this not being an underground railroad?
An Underground Railroad comment or something like that was mentioned?
No.
We did so many interviews.
Jesus Christ, no.
There was a statement like that made.
All right, that's
how old were these kids?
I don't know where the hell that came from.
So, Susan,
They were old enough. They weren't toddlers. They was like some of them preteen. I think the oldest son was maybe a teen. But you got to remember when he talk about interviews, They didn't just interview the kids; they interview other neighbors and other kids as well, not just hers.
So what 8 or 9 year old or even a 10 is going to talk about the Underground Railroad?
Ain't gonna lie about her saying something about the Underground Railroad. That's not a lie. A child gonna tell.
Right,
She
because
said
they don't even know anything about an underground railroad.
she said it. She said it. She called them
Yeah,
slaves. She called
yeah.
them niggers. She
Yep.
said
She
something
talked
about that
about the
underground. She
Underground
did
Railroad.
it.
That's something she would say. No kid, even a 12 or 13 year old, hey, go talk about the Underground Railroad
Mm-hmm.
as a snap. How they go? They'll talk about a catback Underground Railroad. No,
Hell, when they learn about it in school, they're disinterested. They'll talk about it
yeah,
for a minute, but then it's gone.
yeah, they ain't
Like
going home and talk about
my
it.
grandbaby, when she first learned about a little, slavery in school, she came home. She said, "Grandma, did you know?" And I said, "Yeah." And we talked about it. And I doubt if I bring it up today, she gonna be as detailed. She ain't gonna remember that crap. It don't hit them the same way it hit us. You feel me?
This-
Right.
Um,
she said it, and they know she said it. Like, what kid is going?
yeah,
Yeah,
ain't
she.
no
Yeah.
8 or 9 year old, even no preteen is bringing up no damn Underground Railroad.
Not
Let's
in
stop it.
2025 or 4 or 3, wherever
Baby,
this took
they too
place.
into all this other stuff going on. Shit, the hell. Okay, this is where we're at, people. Now the other trial is set to start. Well, actually, it should. I don't know if it started or not, but this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna finish listening to this, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they
It,
start on
it
time
has
at 2,
not.
that means
It has not. I'm looking at it
okay. So
now.
we're not gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe again. So we're gonna finish listening to this. And then I'm gonna end the live. Of course, we're gonna come back tomorrow. Well, I'm not gonna say tomorrow. We're gonna play it by ear. We're gonna come back and continue this coverage on The Perfect Neighbor because we are leading up to reacting to the Netflix documentary. All right, so we're
Now
gonna
they say 3.
see.
Damn.
See, but okay, so we're gonna finish. Listen, we're gonna finish this interrogation. We're gonna end this live. And then I'm gonna be on the lookout for when the other live goes live, and then I start streaming. Hopefully, they start while we still listening to this, so we can be a little bit behind, so we can get through breaks and shit. Because even though they late as hell, I'm sure they're still gonna take breaks. So just know that we're gonna finish this interrogation, then we're gonna end this live, and then I'll be back whenever the other live goes live. Okay? I
Mm-hmm.
just wanted to make. I did send the link to everybody. I'm about to send it to you, or keep it cute because I have to send it to you on a different device. But for those that can't return, as far as the panel, I understand. We have been on here all day. But if you can come back, I appreciate that too. But I did send the links out to everybody to the new live. All right. Yeah, you should. 360. If you subscribed and you hit the notification bell and hit all, you should get my notification. Okay, so make sure you did that.
I'm looking at this from the outside here, and this really is not adding up to me. I don't. You used the word reasonable and prudent earlier. That's an interesting series of words to use. That's like a series of words that
She
we
did
use as law
research,
enforcement officers
sir.
when we
She
try to
did
look at things.
research.
And there's a big jump here that you're making logically that doesn't. I can't seem to make the jump. I'm having a really hard time getting there. You've known this woman for 1.5 to 2 years. Your only communications were 2 to 3 times. They were the dog's pooping, and then there was another time where you called her. You said I'm sorry about calling your kids some names, and she followed behind you. You thought that was creepy. She's never threatened you. She's never displayed a firearm towards you. She starts yelling on your patio area, banging hard on your door, which your door is locked, and then you're scared. Now you're saying that you're scared, which, okay, I can get to that. I can get to that point that you're scared there's someone knocking on your door.
No, it wasn't knocking, it was pounding.
Pounding. There's someone pounding on your door. Right. There's someone pounding on your door. They're pounding on your door, and I can't get to the point where pounding on the door leads to you being hurt or killed. I can't get.
Because I thought she was going to break the door down. The door, you could see that it was all repaired and re-repaired and all that crap like that. So I never felt that door was secure.
You have an extended deadbolt, and you've never been in any kind of violent situation where someone's kicked in your door or like Kool-Aid Man through your entire wall. There's not been that situation. So I'm trying to do the reasonable and prudent. I'm trying to come into your shoes there, and I'm having a hard jump there because describe to me, AJ, what does she look like?
Tall black woman, heavy set,
Okay. Does she have a very muscular? You've only known her for 1.5 years. You only had so many communications. I mean, is she like a muscular person that's able to like I don't know, do extreme feats of strength, that just you weight train in her front yard? Help me understand this.
No, I don't.
That's what I'm trying, I'm having a hard time with
It's
this.
not being facetious, he's just trying to understand how we got from the point of someone pounding on the door
but to get to, she's gonna get through the wall is where I can't get there, I don't understand. What if, and I was thinking about this earlier, what if the police officer had already arrived and she is loud and she's still yelling, and now the officer's standing in front of the door and he does some knocks, but she's still on that darn patio yelling, and you're shooting, you can't see, there's no peephole, there's no window, there's nothing, and then you shoot, and what if the darn officer was on the other side of the door? You see what I mean? And obviously she's still running her mouth, she's still going, but you don't know what's on the other side of that door.
Hopefully you would have introduced him.
I sure hope so. I mean, and that's what some of the issues are, that I can't get there, and I don't understand entirely what was going on in your mind, and I don't see how that is entire. Were you on alcohol or anything like? I gotta ask these questions. Were there anything in your mind that would impair yourself in your judgments?
I took Delta earlier in the day.
What is that?
It was for my back.
Okay, is that a narcotic?
Yes.
I'm not a muscle relax. I'm guessing here.
No, it's a pain reliever.
Okay, it's a pain reliever. And does that have like something on the bottle that it would?
It's a film.
Okay. Does that like don't use motor vehicles or something like that? What does it do to you? How does it make you feel?
It just makes me sleepy.
It's called, what is it called?
Belbuca.
Belbuca.
B-E-L-B-U-C-A.
Okay.
Does that have to do with your artery issue in your kidney?
No, I had a car wreck. So I had a fusion in my lower back. I'm sorry, fusion in my neck, and then laminectomy in my lower back.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got this knee that goes backwards. So I have some issues.
Okay.
And I have a torn rotator cuff.
Okay. And do you have issues with any kind of previous, from the car accident, I have to ask, a head injury which would impair your memory or affect your memory or anything like that?
I don't remember. I think I hit my head on the steering wheel from the accident.
Okay. Do you suffer time and spatial memory issues where you can't remember certain amounts of time and things like that? And the reason that I asked that is you had indicated that this was somewhere between like 5 to 10 minutes or something. Am I getting that right, Detective Smith? Okay. From the cameras that we've looked at in the area here, this incident did not last for 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Now, from the people that we spoke to, there's aspects of this that I can agree about. She's talking loud. She's banging on that door. We're going to agree with that. But the actual number of knocks, you did 3 knocks, and then you said there was a pause.
I never said 3.
Well, you said bang, 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 and then she stopped, which I counted 3. Now,
okay.
if there was something different, you can tell me. I'm just I was remembering earlier. You said bang, bang, bang. There was 3. Then she stopped, and then she continued to, and then what happened. Nothing has led me to believe as an investigator that it was like 5 to 10 minutes, okay?
Okay, maybe it just seemed like it was longer.
Okay.
Probably because, the adrenaline rush and just getting so upset.
Sure. Whenever adrenaline comes in, it can make things seem like they stretch out. From some of the other statements, we've got some of the things that we've learned. It sounds more like there was 3 knocks, and then there was 3 more, and then she was shot. It sounds like this was very quick. It sounds like this was like within a span of less than 20 seconds is what I would say. Is it possible that your time is off on this?
It could be.
Okay.
Because to me, it felt like forever.
Okay.
So
if this is like what's being described as a 20-second, this is a brief encounter. It's a brief encounter with loud banging, with loud yelling. The statements that some of the statements that you're saying occurred, like I'm going to kill you and those kind of threats. No one else has heard you. No one else.
Update. Looks like the trial has started, but we're still going to continue listening to this interrogation. Then when I end this live, after this interrogation has ended, then I'll go live with the live trial. And we'll, of course, start from the beginning. So we'll be a bit behind so we can skip through the breaks. Probably won't be able to skip through many, but we'll see.
Those statements.
Okay.
I'm worried that some of the prior experiences you've had in your life that we've talked about today, they are traumatic experience, sexual violence against you, when you were a kid, all those people coming and trying to get you, that there's something going on in your head. Are you not sure about some of the things we've talked about today? Regarding some of the things you're saying that you heard, is it possible she never threatened you at all?
No, I swear to God, I thought she said, I'm going to kill you. I mean, that's why I just panicked. As soon as those words came out of her mouth, I was like, Jesus Christ, she's going to kill me.
Okay. And how did you imagine yourself being killed? Remembering that there's that block wall, that door, how was she going to be able to do that? What makes you think that she was able to do that?
She was still pounding, but that she could have come right through that glass wall. I mean, the glass door.
Well, we talked about pounding on the door. Did she ever pound on the glass wall? Was it a window or wall? Help me.
It's doors. It's sliders.
Glass sliding door.
Yeah.
Did she pound on that?
She may have. I don't know. Well, I kept thinking that she's going to gain entrance. She's going to kill me.
And that's why I asked you earlier if you recalled if she tried to. Was that door locked? The sliding glass door?
Yes.
Does that say? Do you have like anything?
I had I think there was a wood piece in
the slider.
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't recall if she tried that door
I just remember lots of pounding.
Lots of pounding.
You know, just to me, it was just an enormous amount of pounding, screaming, yelling, and, you know, I felt like she was going to come through that door.
And I think Detective Pender touched on it. Like, in your head, what, you know, during the panic, during all these thoughts, what did you feel that was going to happen?
She's going to come in there and beat the shit out of me until I was dead.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I felt. I mean, I don't understand why she came over my house. If there was all these issues and problems, why didn't she just call somebody? You know, that's, to me, that's what you would do if you're normal. You know, that's a normal thing to do. If something happens to me, I call the police, you know. And like, okay, you know, the kids are being lying or she's banging in, you know. But when I couldn't find my phone and everything, I was just like, shit. You know, I honestly, I felt she was going to kill me.
Okay, so during that time, you had hung up with 911. You still estimate.
You know, let's just do this. Let's just say the old head thought the woman was gonna beat her ass. You know why she felt like the woman was gonna beat her ass? If she felt that way with her lying ass, it's because she threw that baby's tablet, or the iPad or whatever. She had been fucking with that lady's kids for months.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she ever thought that woman was gonna kill her, but she absolutely knew why she was there with her scary ass. See, she'll fight and
And
fuss.
she's probably
And
been told before, leave my kids alone before I fuck you up.
yeah, she can fight and fuss and go back and forth with the kids all day long, but then when the mama show up, bitch, you scared.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now. Come on now. But being as though the woman didn't have a weapon, I mean, she know why that lady was there, and I don't think she thought she was gonna kill her. I don't.
No. Whooping somebody's ass and killing them is two different things.
I don't even think she was gonna do that. AJ had been over to that lady's house several times, and she confronted her. Now, to me, honestly, and I said this back, right? I said this back when we first reacted to this initially when we was covering the trial. I said I wish AJ had called the cops on her ass for once.
Mm-hmm.
I wish AJ had called the cops on her because she committed property damage and all kind of shit. If she threw something at one of them children, that could have been assault. I wish she had called the cops herself. Maybe she was gonna whoop her ass. I don't think she was gonna kill her. I don't think she was gonna do that. That woman's kids was out there. And if she was gonna act ghetto hood and beat her ass in front of the kids, she would have did it way before then. Because the woman had been bothering her kids. And she would
Yeah, the
always
people,
go
the
and
grown-ups
talk
in that neighborhood was fed up with that bitch. They was over her. She was always harassing, fucking with them kids.
Yeah. She bullied them. She did. But then when the adults come into play, all of a sudden you scared. Bitch, you ain't scared. Not when you keep fucking with somebody's kids. Girl, you gotta know that's the one thing that would get you, you know what I'm saying? What if AJ was that type? She would have been gone. She would have been gone. Come on now. She got, she had gotten a gun 2 months before this happened. You got a gun for a couple of kids because it wasn't the adults that you were complaining about. You were complaining about the kids. So you go get a gun for a couple of kids. Come on, bro. Make it make sense.
Approximately 10 minutes before the banging started. Yes. And then you're saying anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes or longer that the banging and the yelling lasted. However, as Detective Pender mentioned, we've reviewed video. We've talked to multiple people out there who all kind of give the similar. I mean, everybody's perspective is different, and that's why I asked you this same question a couple of times, because people's perspectives, we could be both looking at the same thing, and later on you asked me you asked us the same question. We have different reactions, different answers, because we focus on different things, we remember different things. That's why everybody's unique. And that's just the way it is. But to be that similar in some of the specifics of what we're really looking at, we're talking about a very tight, a much more tighter time frame of this incident that happened at your front door before that shot was fired. So is that possible? Is that feasible that it was a shorter time frame?
To me, it felt. I mean, I'm giving you what I felt and what I thought it was.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
Now that you're out of the, I mean, do you think that she could somehow get through that wall now that you're out, now that you're not in the house anymore, and that
I still feel that fear. I just still feel she was coming at me. I'm sorry. It's what I feel.
Okay.
I just, it's been playing in my head over and over again, and I just kept thinking of that and how terrified I was.
Was your goal to shoot and kill her?
No.
What was your goal?
To shoot and hopefully, she'd hear the shot and dissipate.
But you took aim at the door, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. and the goal was to strike the door and to dissipate it. I'm having a really hard time making this jump here, that this unarmed person on the other side of the wall is somehow gonna get into your house and kill you. I'm just really having a hard time getting there. I've been doing this job as a homicide investigator for several years, and I've seen that are made out of like pretty much what be paper mache. Okay, doors that are so thin, like walls that balsa wood you could just push through. And this is a block house with a solid door. I've seen cases before where there is an angry spouse and say, let me back in the house, you can't throw me out, and they'll kick the wall as hard as they can, and they're not getting in some of these doors open inwards, outwards. I don't know which way your door opens. Which way does it open? It opens outward?
I think it opens out.
Okay. So it
opens inwards.
It opens inwards. Okay. So they work on these doors and they're not even able to make entry, and they just give up. And I'm really having a hard time understanding like how if you could go back in time, would you not do what you did? Would you take it back and I don't know, wait another however long it took for the police to get there? I'm trying to understand that. Would you feel like you did something wrong here?
I did what I felt I had to. I honest to God thought she was, that's all I felt. I just felt that terror. It was sheer terror.
So I went out to the house that morning, when I met you out there, and I tested the door. First of all, I looked at the door. We processed the door just to see what areas might have been touched by AJ. I looked at the door frame where it had been repaired. It looked like there was a type of putty or something used where the wood frame had been separated. I examined the deadbolt lock. The strike plates were in there pretty fastened, pretty securely. The bottom lock, just the doorknob lock. And even when the door closed, I stood on the outside. There were no indentations, no dents in the door anywhere that I could see. And I pounded on the door pretty hard. And that was with the door unlocked completely. There was no lock secured, and that door was very sturdy. And I'm not trying to take away the fears of being scared and everything, because I think that is a legitimate, scary situation to be put in. But to justify to go from being scared to a point where you're taking deadly force on someone who's standing on the other side of the door and you don't even know where you're shooting at, that's a big jump. And I think that's where Detective Pender is.
It could have been one of the kids standing there or something.
But it was her standing there. I heard her voice.
Sure, but some people don't talk. They're more quiet.
Regardless of that fact, as I was saying, to go from that, and I didn't even have any locks, and I'm pounding on it. And yes, there were our forensic technicians were inside looking, and yes, things were vibrating, but they also stated that the door didn't seem like it was going to move, and it barely budged, even with the door unlocked. So, and that's why it's important for us to go through these things to try to determine to try to put ourselves in your position, in your mind at that time as much as possible. But to get that, help us try to understand that a little bit more, to get to that point from a fairly secure door. Because like he said, it's true, we've gone to some of these trailers where you can pretty much push the door open and
That's not your house. Your house is pretty secure. That landlord did a good job, I guess, keeping everything secure. It looked like everything was good. So you never had a break-in there before, right?
No.
Okay, no break-ins there. There's the rod in the track. Did you have, I know that you still spoke to this woman 2 or 3 times before. Did you speak to her earlier that day on Friday?
No.
Okay, so you didn't talk to her earlier that day, Friday. There wasn't, did you have any conflicts with anybody in particular on Friday at all?
Just the kids, when well, it wasn't a conflict. I just told them, come on, stop trespassing, move along. The kids kept putting things out. They had marbles by my truck. They put their skates out. I tripped over the skate one morning that I had to leave very early, and I'm like, crap. And I'm like, stop leaving your freaking toys here. I'm not the most stable person, with my knees and stuff like that. So when I'm walking, if I fall again, who the hell knows what's going to happen between my back and my knees and, the other injury. And I don't understand why they just.
How many people skip a trip over a skate? Now, you see a skate before you get to a skate. This ain't no little bit of toy. This ain't no. How are you tripping over skates? Do you not see the skate when you walking?
She's nosy. She ain't looking down. She's looking everywhere, listening, looking. She's nosy. She looking in people's houses. She ain't looking down. Of course, she tripped over
I
that
don't think.
skate.
I don't think this battle ass tripped over no damn skate.
No, she's lying.
I don't think she's
nosy.
tripped over no.
She's nosy. That bitch hears sound. She looking right at it. What? Somebody yelled? Oh, somebody talking? Yeah. I can see her tripping over.
I can see her looking around at her environment to see if somebody gonna come up and knock her ass upside the head because she was such an ass. I can see her doing that. I can see her walking to her car and looking behind her and looking, because she knows she done fuck with somebody's kids. I can see that. Just saying.
Keep leaving the crap there, and I'm like, it's
That sounds frustrating.
It's extraordinarily frustrating.
You said there was a skate. Was there something that happened with the skate on Friday?
When the kids were there, yeah, they keep leaving the skates really close to the house. I'm like, stop already, because when you go around, you do stuff, and you're bringing packages in. Sometimes I bring the truck up. I'm like, I don't want to walk over your skates and shit. I'm like, pick your damn shit up. So
where were those skates when you picked them up?
You know, and like people had stuff in her floor in her house. Bitch, you outside. You liable to walk over a dead dog, a dead cat. You acting like you walking outside your door, and the ground's supposed to be, debris free, like your damn house. Like this is ridiculous. She talking like she telling some kids clean up behind you. Like I tell my grandkids, I see your toys on the floor. I see anything on the floor is going in the trash. It's trash. You outside, woman. It could be anything outside on the ground. And just because it was them kids' toys, oh, bro. Okay, I ain't gonna stop.
But the toys were not on her patio.
Maybe 5-6 feet of the sidewalk.
Hold on, keep
on the grass.
What'd you say, honey?
But the toys weren't on her patio. They weren't on
right.
Her patio. They're in the field where they playing. Why does that bother you?
Girl.
Damn. You're gonna rot up in that field.
And you took some photograph or took a photograph of that with your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a video at some point. It looked like you were taking a picture or a video through the screen from you being inside to them outside. Mm-hmm. Is that around the time frame that you shot him the bird or something along those lines? Maybe not. Okay.
Probably.
Okay. Because it looked like there was a bunch of them kind of further out in the field, but there was a lot of kids playing out there. And I guess
the screaming. You heard how much they were screaming over the TV.
Okay. So when you went out there and one of AJ's kids was out there, and this is around the time frame where you threw the skates out into the yard or something like that. But this is also, so that was what was reported to us from a few people.
Yes.
But also during that time frame was where that tablet situation came up. So is there any reason?
I don't know what this tablet thing is.
It's like an Amazon tablet, electronic tablet.
I never saw the tablet. Never. He kept saying, "Where's my tablet? Where's my tablet?" I had one.
Oh, so he did ask you about it, but you didn't have it.
Of course not.
So you never.
I never saw it. Never picked it. Never touched it up. Nothing.
Why would he make that part up? If
I have no idea.
Because he said, and it really doesn't change. It doesn't change anything. I'm just trying to understand. He said that he went to the basketball courts after they played in the field. And he's like, I forgot my tablet, and he comes over and he sees you holding it, and he says, put it down, and you kind of tossed it down, and then that's when you threw the skates, and one of them hit him in the toe or the foot or something like that.
No, because they were standing here, and I threw it with my left hand.
Okay.
I made sure that I didn't. I just threw him over to the other side.
And that's when you told him to fetch or something?
Yes.
You told him to fetch
I said, you can go fetch it over there now.
Okay.
Because he said, give me my skates. Your skates. I'm like, here, go get them.
You already had them in your hand at that point?
I think so.
To you? Okay. What were you going to do with them?
Just throw them on the other side. Just get them away.
But you don't remember the tablet or anything like that?
I never saw a tablet, never touched a tablet. I don't know where the hell the tablet came from. So I have no idea.
And then the situation with the umbrella. I know we had talked about it a little bit before, but do you remember who that was out there when, was that when, excuse me, was that when the older, AJ's older came over? What was he saying to you?
That's when he has said, I said, you guys need to leave. He said, I don't need to leave. I can be anywhere I want. I forget what the hell he said. Just something to the effect that I have no limits where I can go. I'm like, okay.
Okay, but he wasn't the one that was there when you tossed the roller skates into the yard? It was the other child?
It should have been both boys.
Were they both there with the roller skate thing? Yeah. Okay, so when you came out, the umbrella that was behind your door, was that the one?
Yes.
Okay, and what exactly happened with that? Because that's another one of those things where we were talking to people who were right there, kind of, they already heard some yelling and back and forth, so they're kind of watching, and
I may have been talking with my hands, so.
Swinging the umbrella?
Yeah, just, come on guys, leave, gesturing. So
how far away were they when you were doing this, and where do you think you were at?
I remember being on the sidewalk, and then they were at least 5-7 feet away from me. Okay. They weren't even close.
What did they do when you were swinging it around?
Nothing.
They didn't do anything?
No, there was no reaction.
They didn't say anything? They didn't back away?
I I honestly don't recall.
Okay.
It didn't rain on Friday. Why did you have an
I
umbrella?
thought it was raining. We had precip, and I thought when the kids got quiet that it rained finally and they went home.
So that's why you had the umbrella out?
Yes.
So it sounds like there's a lot of things going on with the kids that day. It sounds like you're taking videos, and then there was a middle finger towards this guy. It sounds like the skates are in the way. You had to throw those because she says, "Give me the skates." You throw the skates, and then you're swinging the umbrella because they're not getting away. There's a lot going on with the kids. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Are the kids yelling that day?
Oh, they were screaming and yelling.
Screaming and yelling. Okay. It sounds like there was things going on with them, and then one of the kids' moms comes up to your house and knocks on the door. Is that right? Did she say what she was knocking on the door about? I don't remember if we covered that.
With AJ? Yes.
Yes, AJ. Was it about the umbrella, the skates, or something different?
I want to speak to you because you're talking to my sons. I don't like the way you're talking to my sons.
Okay, so she bangs on the door and she wants to, because we talked about all the things that happened that day. She's banging on the door and she wants to address you regarding how you're talking to her sons.
Yes.
And there's already been that prior incident in the 2 or 3 times that you guys met, and one of those times it was you're talking to her sons and you're saying like racial things like that, racial slurs.
I didn't say racial slurs.
She said that you did.
She said that I did.
Okay. So it sounds like she has a reason that she wants to talk to you, and she's banging on your door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But she's enraged, she's screaming, she's not acting to me what would be like a normal, average, everyday, reasonable person. I mean, to me, that was someone who was really angry.
You're for certain that when you went to retrieve your gun, that's where you keep it in that trash can, that's where it was at? I'm sorry, did you remember what you were talking about?
Susan, real quick here. Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental health issues, depression, bipolar disorder?
No.
Have you ever had to go to a mental health facility?
No.
Have you ever sought therapy for anything?
Yes.
What have you sought therapy for?
For the rape.
For the rape, okay. And is that something you attended as a child or something you've attended later on in your life or something like that?
I was like 20 years old.
Okay. And when you were seeking therapy, what were you trying to heal? What were you trying to fix? Aside from the sexual abuse, was there something psychologically that happened to you?
I just shut down.
You just shut down?
Yeah, I wasn't feeling any emotions or anything like that.
Okay.
I just had no emotion whatsoever. It was just a flat effect.
Okay. Did therapy help you with that?
Yes.
And then later on in life, you had a friend that was buried and breathing in the dirt and then the screaming.
That
and then
happened before the therapy.
And then I remember one of the words you heard was that causes you to be triggered whenever you hear screaming.
And the reason why I say triggered is I worked at the guest house where they do therapy and stuff, so just picked up some of the words as I was working there.
Sure. So when you say triggered, how does that make you feel? What does that do to you?
It just makes me feel horrible.
Horrible. What does that feel like? What is that feeling? Is it a feeling inside your body? Describe that to me more.
Just absolutely horrible. I'm sick.
The screaming makes you feel
Yes.
sick. Okay. Does this sick feeling, does this triggered feeling ever make you do things that you wouldn't normally do? Say things you wouldn't normally say, act in ways you wouldn't normally act because of some trauma that you had?
I was going to say, I don't know.
You're not sure? Do you ever sometimes feel as if you get so upset about something, crying, angry, or something like that, that it overwhelms you? That you get overcome with emotion? Does anything like that ever happen to you?
The only time was with death, but I think that was normal emotions.
Sometimes whenever don't want to get yelled at and they hear yelling and things like that with you, they say things and they do things they don't mean. They see red. That's what some people say. They see red. And I wasn't myself detective, and they say things like that to me. And I'm trying to understand if some of these kids have triggered you and made you do things and say things that isn't you, is not Susan, is not the person that's sitting in front of me. Do you ever feel like anything like that ever happens to you?
The kids definitely just make me feel, sick. I mean, they just, they call me grandma. They call me Karen. I'm trying to think. They've said horrible things. The other thing was, I'm trying to think of some kind of stupid infection. I can't remember what the hell.
Horrible things back that you wouldn't normally, that you're not proud of?
Absolutely. So I just, stop. It's like, stop.
I didn't ask you this before, but I saw inside you have it's almost a home office set up. Do you work from home?
Yes.
You do? So you're pretty much, you're always there and you're always having to be susceptible to whatever they do. And now it's summertime.
Yeah,
Nobody's
it's
in
a
school.
nightmare. But I'm very pragmatic. I'm like, if you see the stuff up here and this is my front door, why do you keep coming by my front door screaming and yelling? And they're like, it doesn't matter. You don't matter. I had a little black kid come up to me and said, "You're white, you're old, you have no one in your life, you're not worth anything." So I'm like, great.
What did you tell that person?
A little black kid walked up to her, said, "You white, you're old, and you have nobody." How would the little black kid know that?
She's lying.
That's what she feel about herself. She white, she old, and she ain't got nobody. Well, how would the kid know that?
Right,
Girl,
Courtney.
you put
Even if they did say it, they would be right. She is a Karen. You are a grandma. You
now
are.
I can definitely see the kids calling her Karen. Kids these days know what Karens are.
Yeah,
Okay,
and calling her grandma old. Bitch, you are old. The fuck?
leave the damn kids alone, and you wouldn't have to worry about it.
Shit.
Damn, simple. Huh.
I told him we're always alone. Guess what? You come in the world alone, and you leave the world alone.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And when you say that, it sounds like you handled that well. When you say that you said things before that you're not proud of, describe that to me.
I shouldn't have called them names. I shouldn't have said bitch or fucker. I should have reined it in a little.
Okay. And then when we talk about racial slurs, have you made those not to anyone in particular? You've just spoken to the air, you've spoken to other people, because there's been multiple different ways that we've kind of been learning about you saying these things. Describe that to me and specifically.
In regards to?
Words like the N-word that you've said. Describe that to me specifically when you've said that.
I can't remember if I said it or if I didn't say it.
You sound unsure.
Whether it's out of anger or, I mean,
I don't know.
Someone's calling you names and you can become kind of overwhelmed with you're having to hear this kind of thing all the time. And like you said, you might say something that you normally wouldn't say.
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
So I've noticed there's been some gaps in your memory, and that's why I've asked you about your memory, because some of the specific things that I asked, specifically this, you say, I'm not sure, I don't remember, and that's happened a couple times while we've been talking today.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to better understand that is why you don't remember some of these things specifically, what's going on. I don't know if it's something you feel shameful or embarrassed about. I don't want you to feel that way while we're talking. I'd rather you just be honest with me. But that's why I've been asking you some of those things. Is there any reason why anybody would have any video or anything like that of you saying, like, the N-word? Is there any reason why someone would have that?
I have no idea. And if I did let it go, I'm sorry. I could have slipped out.
Be honest with, what context would it slip out, do you think? I mean, what would happen for you to say something like that?
If they were being extraordinarily rude, or if they were just, I was always taught the N-word meant that you were just being unlawful, dirty, just, I don't know, generally not being pleasant.
Okay.
And that's only because, again, Dad was Hungarian, Mom was Polish, and it came up in the conversation, so they asked me to go to my friend Sheila and ask her, what does the N-word mean? And her mom said, no, it just means that someone who doesn't work, someone who is not productive, someone who is not...
Wait a minute. Wait a damn minute. Wait a damn. She's saying she didn't know what the N-word mean, y'all. Did we really hear this stuff before? And I know I probably went ballistic.
Yeah, yeah.
Did she just say
She is
she didn't
not
know what
gonna
the
tell
N-word?
me. If you don't know, but you knew the contents in which to use the word. Come on,
and
man.
talk about slavery in the Underground Railroad, bitch.
Dismiss me with the bullshit. Dismiss me with the bullshit.
How come we so triggered right now when we've already listened to this mess before? Is it just we got PTSD or some shit?
Yes. And I'm
okay,
triggered.
Great. Okay, great. So am I. Let's go. My God, this woman.
acting normally, lawfully.
Sure. Okay. And in the times that you...
I'm sorry. There's just like a lot of other words that are, I believe, out there to describe those things as well. I mean, what is it in particular about that word or slave boy?
I never said slave boy. I never said the word slave. Never.
Okay.
So I don't know why you keep coming back to this.
Well, that's just
yeah, someone had mentioned, and like I said,
never uttered the
that you used the word slave or
absolutely not.
Something like that. Is there any reason why anybody would have a video like that? Is there any reason why that would exist?
No, there shouldn't be. Shouldn't be anything like that.
Okay. I mean...
The Underground Railroad comment, again, remember there's people out there...
I never made an Underground Railroad comment.
Okay.
So I don't know where the hell that came from.
Okay, I kind of want to go through my notes real quick, make sure that we covered everything. We covered a lot of things. Can I get you another water or anything while I go through this? Okay. Yeah, let me go through the notes and make sure we didn't miss anything here. And we'll be right back in.
Is there anything else that you need right now? Need the restroom or anything? The restroom? Okay, give me just 1 second. Make sure the restroom's clear. All right, so while we were in there going over everything, and my supervisor came in. He's actually kind of been listening a little. And something that caught my ear, like when we were talking earlier, you had mentioned the words, and I asked you to repeat it because I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. You had mentioned terminology like reasonable and prudent in reference to how AJ was acting at your door while she was trespassing and everything. Where did that come from, that terminology? Is that
watching TV.
Watching TV? Okay. Like documentary stuff, or like what?
Probably just crime shows and stuff.
Crime shows, okay. I have to ask you this, have you done any research on like the laws as far as like in Florida, as far as self-defense and things like that?
I looked at it today.
You looked at it today?
When I was on Facebook, just some things that, they had it up on Facebook.
Describe that. What did you, specifically, what you were reading about and learning about?
They said self-defense, and I'm trying to think of the hell else I looked at today. So much crap, mostly emails. But I just remember saying self-defense, and there was a bunch of lawyers and stuff like that.
So prior to today, even the last time that you and I spoke on very early Saturday morning, you had used some of that same kind of terminology in describing the situation that occurred at your front door. Prior to today, had you ever done any kind of research like that? And before I ask, let me just say, if we were to look through everything in your phone or your home desktop computer, is there anything kind of research on your internet history that would show that you've done research on like self-defense? Or have you ever heard of the term stand your ground?
Yes.
Have you ever done any kind of research on that?
Yes, when it was mentioned on some guy shot someone at a convenience store, and they said stand your ground now.
Was that like a Florida situation? Because I know every state has kind of different laws.
I think it was Florida. I think it was Florida.
Okay. And when was that?
God, years ago.
It was years ago?
Yeah, that was a years ago thing.
So nothing recent that would be on like your internet browser history?
I just looked it up today.
Right, but I mean other than basically before this incident occurred at your door, but we're not talking about like a couple years ago. We're talking about within the last few months. Would there be, because your internet browser, even if you delete it or you go on private browser, if we take a look at those things, because we did go through your phone, the judge signed an order for us to be able to do that. He agreed that there was reasonable enough evidence to be able to do that. So if that were the case, if we were just to look through that, would there show anything that you were looking up, stand your ground or self-defense laws in Florida on the internet?
I don't know. I looked up tons of stuff.
Is it a possibility that you looked that up?
Could have been. I don't know.
Okay.
I look up. I just when I read articles, I just go and see why the laws were. So I want to know why. Like if they have an article, what happened in the situation? Well,
Susan, I think you know the reason why I'm asking that question. You're smart, okay? And the reason is...
Oh, hell no, absolutely. I know what you're thinking. Did I look up the laws so I could do something? No, absolutely.
This is not a situation where you set something up because you were tired of this person, you were tired of the situation that they put you in?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, no.
Okay, so while I was out there going through the notes and everything, I went through, so when someone calls 911, as soon as that call goes to our communication center, it logs it, gives us a timestamp, hour, minute, second, from the very first time that call was received to the time that it's disconnected, okay? And that's for every single time someone calls. So the first time when you called 911, talking about the boys out there trespassing and things of that, so that call started at 8:54 p.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes, I really wasn't looking at the clock or anything. I just remember calling.
That's what time it says on our call center, and that call lasted for 5 minutes and it disconnected. At 8:59, deputies are on the way.
Okay.
Okay. Now you estimated that it was approximately 10 minutes after you disconnected until the AJ started pounding on your door. Is that correct? Is that what? Okay. So the second 911 call where you called, lady was banging on my door, I shot her through the door. That call came into our call center, it was received at 9:01, which is 2 minutes after you hung up with the communication center the first time. So that's 2 minutes that all these things that you say occurred happened at your front door. From pounding and pounding and pounding and pounding, I'm gonna kill you, all these things. Within 2 minutes, she showed up at your front door and did all these things to the time that you pulled the trigger, went and found your phone, and then called 911. So, and that's why I'm trying to get...
To me, it seemed like that amount of time. That's why I thought it was that amount of time.
Well, so clearly we've established that that was not true, that that's not the case, but that's what you felt it was. So you also told me that that's what you heard, that she was going to kill you. Is it possible that she did not say that, and that's what you heard or you believed, just like you believed it was 10 minutes between those calls?
I just thought she said, I'm going to kill you. I mean, that's what I heard. That's why I was so in fear of my life. I was like, Jesus Christ, and she's pounding on my door. She's going to break in. She's going to kill me.
But is it a possibility, if you believe that it was 10 minutes, the 15 minutes, adding in 10 minutes before it started, and then approximately another 5 minutes on top of that, that you believe that 2 minutes was 15 minutes, was it a possibility that maybe you thought you heard that, but it wasn't that what she actually said?
I have no idea. That's what I heard. Okay. I'm telling you what I heard.
So, Susan, we've talked enough that I've come to a conclusion here. Everything that I've learned, okay, and I see this on a scale here. Detective Stitt had brought up, you are Susan. Are you the Susan that has done research on Stand Your Ground and has planned for this to happen? Was planning for this to happen? There's a spectrum here. Is this the Susan over here, and then there's also could be a Susan over here that was, I have a gun in the house. I'm scared. Someone is knocking on the door. I'd like them to go away. I'm just gonna, I picked up the gun and I accidentally shot the gun. There's a Susan somewhere in the world like that. You've somehow found a spot in the middle where you're trying to explain this, but it doesn't actually make any sense. That within 2 minutes, as we know it's 2 minutes, within 2 minutes, this person came over and they were able to put down a series of statements such as, and you said this, that they came right up to, and they want to have discussion with the way that you were treating their kids that day. You said that they were able to make that sentence. I want to talk to you about the kids. I'm banging on the door. I want to talk to you about the kids. They're making statements like that. We've interviewed other people that it was a very brief interaction, and then you shot them. Now, this wasn't a long siege. It wasn't a castle siege. It didn't last for 20, 30 minutes. It was 2 minutes. So you're trying to tell us that a reasonable person would shoot somebody for less than 2 minutes of making statements outside. That doesn't make any sense. So that I have to look on the scale here. Where is Susan? Did she plan this? Is she a cold-blooded killer that plans things? Was this an accident? Or was this something that got out of hand? Is it somewhere in the middle? That makes more sense. Not what Susan's telling me. Is it somewhere in the middle? Because I know that I talked to Detective Stitt. We kind of went through your first interview. And in that first interview, you had even said to the kids, you know what, go get your mom.
No, I didn't.
You said something along the lines as when they said, I'm going to go get my mom, you said, go get her.
Go get her. Which is fine. I want to talk to an adult too. I don't want to talk to a kid.
I remember saying that.
So this has happened a few times during our interview also. You have these, I don't remember. There's been a couple times that you don't remember. And these are important things to remember, and you're not able to remember them. I believe that you do remember them, and that worries me. That makes me feel like you're not telling us it because you are that you are Susan, the person that is planning. I'm just trying to figure out who's sitting in front of me here. Is it over here? I've been planning this. I picked up the gun and I was waiting.
Okay, so hopefully this is my last comment. This is almost over. The way that detective is questioning her, keep it cute. What we initially thought about her planning this, they also thought that. Problem is, they couldn't prove it. That's it in itself. It's the only reason why she wasn't charged, because they could not prove it. But they thought, just like we thought, right? That she had planned it.
Yeah, because
so
your
Go ahead.
excuses does not justify why you shot through a door.
That's right. That's right.
When you were not threatened. She could not come through the door.
It's a difference in what we feel happened, just like with those cops, and what can be proven, right? So they could not prove. And I remember when we was actually when we were actually following the court case, that was a thing. They couldn't prove that she actually planned it. That she was charged, convicted, and she's locked up. Love my blackness. We're just going through this because we are in the next day or so gonna be reacting to the Netflix documentary that was done on this. But yeah, keep it cute. So the way that cop is talking right now lets me know that he was thinking the same way we was thinking, that she actually planned it, but they just couldn't prove it. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, because her reasoning made no sense.
Right.
It made no sense. Yep. You're in your house behind a locked, secured door. Come on, man.
Yep. All right, y'all. We got less than 16 minutes left on this, and then we're gonna end it and go to our other case. Okay.
For her to come over, because it was very quick. It was 2 minutes, or it was I had the gun in my hand and I made a mistake. But now I've dug my heels in and I've made these statements so far to Detective Stitt about a mistake I made, and I feel like I can't go back. I don't want to feel like you're at a point that you can't go back. We are all human. And I'm going to tell you this, 99% of the people that sit in front of me in this room, they do not tell me the truth like the entire time. But then we get to a point where I show them that everything they're saying actually doesn't make any sense. And I always tell them, I say, look, we want to go the path of least resistance. We don't want to go down the path of embarrassment or humiliation or I made a mistake. They don't want to do that, but I show them everything. And they say, you know what? And I don't hold it against them. I don't take anything personally. If you had said something before that was not true and you felt like you had to go down that path to protect yourself or whatever it is, but it's not true, this is your opportunity to tell us. And I'm not going to hold it against you. I'm not going to say Susan is a jerk or a liar or anything like that. I'm going to say what Susan's saying now makes a little bit more sense for me and Detective Stiff. And this is that opportunity. If something is different than what you originally told us, I might be able to make sense out of it because I know your history now. I know that you were trauma. I know that there was things that happened to you when you were, I know that you have gone through hard experiences, and maybe that influenced why you said the things you said before. But I can tell you right now, what we've learned, what we've discussed all leading up to this, it doesn't make any sense. So this is your opportunity to actually tell us that something that does make sense. I'm not going to hold it against you. I'm not going to get mad. But whenever AJ was coming over that evening, what happened? What happened? Bring me to that moment when you had the gun in your hand. What were you thinking?
All I wanted her was to go away. I just, I felt she was going to come through that door and kill me. I'm sorry, that's what I felt. I just felt she was going to come through the door and kill me. Okay. It was a tremendous fear.
Did you feel bad for what happened?
Oh, Christ, yes.
You? Because the first time that we talked, there was a point where I informed you that AJ had passed away. And I wasn't sure if you've been aware of that or not. I know they transported her in an ambulance from there.
No, I saw them doing CPR.
Yeah. So when I informed you of that, you showed emotion. You showed what appeared to me to be at least somewhat of a remorse for what had happened. So do you feel bad for what had happened?
Absolutely.
You feel bad for the children?
Christ, yes.
So, and I think, Detective Pender we're trying to give you the opportunity to try to explain some of these discrepancies in the story, the things that don't really add up or make sense. And you maintaining that you are in fear for your life. Yes. It just doesn't make sense. And I feel like at this point, today you really haven't, and I'm not judging you, everybody processes things differently, so I understand that. But you haven't really seemed remorseful for today, at least, for what had happened.
Oh, God. It just makes me sick. I don't know I can't take it back. It's transpired. It's in the past. I don't know what the hell to do. Just probably be shutting down again.
Okay. Do you think that's a trauma response or something? I know you said you had gone through a lot of flat affect and things like that in the past.
I mean, it's a horrible situation. And inner conflict is horrible because, it goes against my faith. I broke.
Hold up. Boss, where the hell you been, girl? I've been looking for you. How you doing, boss? Now, how the hell I been working, boss, and you ain't been here to make sure I've been working, boss? Everything good, girl? Good to see you.
Commandment, I feel horrible for what I did.
Okay. So, looking back on it now, and do you think that she was actually going to get through that door? I mean,
I honestly thought she was coming through the door. Yeah. As God is my witness, I thought she was going to come through that door. I'm sorry, it's just what I felt.
So, I mean, at this point, like, we've talked to you, we've talked to a lot of people and gone through the evidence, we've discussed all of this with state. After talking to you for several hours on Saturday morning and then today, from everything I've seen, it doesn't rise to the level for you to justify shooting through a closed door and with a firearm. Okay, and I think you know that wasn't reasonable what you did.
I felt so terrified. I just felt so terrified. Here she comes again. Again she's screaming, she's yelling, she's acting unreasonable. And
let me ask you this. You said that you went on Facebook today. I can only imagine that at some point you may have seen some of the news dealing with this case and this story.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of stuff did you see?
I threw a tablet at the child. I said all kinds of things that I never said.
You know what I saw? I saw 4 kids that no longer have a mother. And I'm not taking away how you were treated, but those are children nonetheless, right? And now they don't have a mother to go home to.
Miss you too, girl.
And
Glad to see
I think you know what you did was wrong. I think you know that there were already deputies on the way.
But there was times I called and the deputies never showed up.
I understand. It's been 2 minutes. So you.
To me, it wasn't 2 minutes. To me, it was much longer. In my mind, it felt like.
But there's only one reality where time exists. And I understand perception of time can be different for different people. But in the reality of things, you had just disconnected. Within 2 minutes, a shot was fired through that door. There was that much that transpired within that 2 minutes where statements were made. I want to know why you're throwing stuff at my kids or whatever it was she was saying. And then shot fired and she's down. And then another 911 call comes in. There's no way to justify that. In my mind, I don't think in Detective Pender's mind, and clearly in other people's minds that we've discussed this case with the state attorney, our legal counsel, and things like that. So, I mean, at this point, we've discussed it with the state, and they are on the same terms as far as charging you with a manslaughter. Okay.
Okay. I don't know what to say. I was in fear for my life. I mean, honest to God, I just feared that she was going to come through that door. I'm sorry. That's how I felt. I can't change the way I felt.
Wow.
I mean, it was sheer terror on my part. I mean, honest to God, I was shaking.
So one of the things I want to ask, because at the point where I did let you know and I informed you, what had ultimately happened to AJ after that shooting, that she had passed away, and obviously she has 4 kids, and I was observing the interviews that were conducted with them and the emotions that they were going through. And you shared some of those same emotions at points through the conversations that we had. And I just want to, obviously I can't let you talk to them or give a message to them and face to face, but I would it's up to you if you would like to write them a letter or something to kind of, whatever's on your mind or in your heart.
You don't have to. We're just going to leave a notepad in obviously we have some paperwork to do, so we're going to have to step out to do that and obviously talk to our boss. We'll just, I offer it to everybody that we can't let them talk to, so it's just something we do.
Understood.
So if you'd like to do that.
We're going to get that paperwork going, like he said.
But that's where the state's at right now. That's where we're at. And I'll talk to you a little bit more about that in just a minute, okay? But if you'd like to write on something, that's right there, okay? All right, Susan? All right, we're going to have to go with this deputy here.
No.
I'm sorry?
What?
No, what?
I can't.
What's wrong? What's going on?
I just can't. I'm sorry, I can't do this.
I mean, unfortunately, we're to the point where that's what's going to happen. Obviously, this isn't a conviction. This is you being charged, and then you're going to have your day in court to present your side of the story.
Absolutely.
Okay, so you're going to go with this deputy.
No, I'm not.
You're going to be booked in.
No, I'm not.
And fingerprinted.
No.
They're going to take your pictures, and then you'll have an arraignment in the morning.
I'm not going. I'm sorry.
There's a phone down there. You'll be able to call whoever you need to call.
Okay, y'all, we got 4 minutes. I gotta answer this one. Mega. Thank you for joining, Mega. So you say, had she even apologized to the family or the kids, to the neighbors? She thinks she's gonna get no, ma'am. In fact, she's suing the family. She's suing AJ in this moment. It is out there that she is suing the family because she said that they harassed her. AJ is passed. Her kids don't have a mother. The grandmother is raising her kids, and this woman is suing, saying she was harassed. Y'all make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, so y'all can be notified when I go back live on this one, because it's a lot to it. All right, we're going to finish this out.
Right there in booking.
I'm not going.
But Susan, we are going. There's no change in that now. You're under arrest. In fact, we probably go ahead and put handcuffs on her. Let's get her just handcuffed.
No.
Stand up.
No, don't touch me.
Susan.
Stand up, Susan.
No.
Listen,
Sorry, I can't
It can
do
go
this.
one of two ways. It can go an easy way or it can go a really hard way.
I'm sorry.
We don't want to go the hard way.
I'm so sorry.
Susan, put yourself in our position. There's no choice in this. You're going over there.
I'm sorry, I can't do this.
Susan, you understand that from the point of the story that you've given us, that by refusing and resisting, that it's making you look bad, okay? And I understand your reluctance to want to go.
I just can't do
Okay,
this.
well, they have medical staff over there that can assist
There's a
you.
nurse right in the front.
They can, you give them the
can't
prescription
do this.
medications that you're taking, all that. They will assist you in making sure that you get the care you need.
No,
But
I can't
we're
do
going
this.
over there, okay? You're gonna go over there and,
I just can't do this.
okay, well,
Come on, Susan, stand up.
if we
We don't have
have,
time.
I can't do this.
okay, but do you understand that you're under arrest and you're
I
gonna be
understand
taken to the
I'm
jail
under
one way or another, okay?
I don't care.
Susan?
I just can't do this. I'm sorry.
I don't. What you're saying and doing right now is not reasonable.
I know it's not
There's been
reasonable, but I
people.
just can't do this.
So when you say it's not reasonable, that doesn't make sense to me.
I understand. I just can't do this. I'm sorry.
And this is why we're in this position here, Susan, is because the decisions you make are not reasonable. You make, just like what we're experiencing right now.
I'm sorry. I just can't do this. I can't do this.
I've had people sit in this chair that have done things, and they get up, they walk out on their own accord. They've done some really bad things. Okay, you're not the only person, but I need you
I
to.
just feel horrible. I can't do this.
Okay, well, we're going to go to the jail. There's no changing this. There's no stopping it.
I don't care. Kill me.
We're not going to kill anybody. We're going to take you to the jail. We'd rather you walk on your own. We'd rather you just walk down there. It'd be so much better for everybody if we could just walk down
Can
there.
you just stand up for me?
No.
So what do you plan on sitting here the rest of the night?
I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to die of a heart attack.
Well, like I said, they have medical staff over there. We want to be able to get you over there.
The quicker we get you over there, the quicker someone over there that's in medical can see you.
No, I just can't do
Susan, this is what's gonna happen. We're gonna put you in handcuffs, and if we have to forcefully bring you out there, that's what we have to do, because we're obligated
really don't want
to
to.
take you to the jail now, okay?
Thank you for standing up.
I understand that.
So, put your hands behind your back for me.
Thank you, Susan.
I didn't do this on purpose. This wasn't a purposeful act. I did not premeditate it. I didn't do anything like that. This is ridiculous.
We're gonna go out this way.
Okay. Listen up, everybody in this chat. That is the end of that for today. Like I said, if you're in this chat and you're interested in more content, commentary, discussion on this case, the next live stream that I put on, which will be in the next day or so, we are going to be discussing the Netflix documentary that was made about this case. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you subscribe to that link that was just dropped in the channel by my moderator. He also covers court cases, other cases. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to his channel too as well. So listen, I'm about to end this live. We are now going after I end this live in about 2 minutes, we're going to start another live stream where we're going to be streaming live a court case involving a minister that was unalived by his secret lover. This woman unalived the pastor and shot his wife as well. We're gonna go into the courtroom and live stream the case. It's going on right now. Thank you, Tanaya. Thank you. We're going to live stream that court hearing. Is going on right now. So if you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe, hit that bell so you can be notified when I hit that live button in about 2 minutes. Thank you to everyone that supported this live stream. I honestly do appreciate it. Shout out to my excellent panel. I love y'all. Keep it cute. The clown who's I think working right now, and Mad TV. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to that link. Make sure y'all subscribe to Real Mad TV Crime. Mm-hmm. You know what? I agree. Thank you to everybody that subscribed. I really honestly do appreciate it. Hopefully y'all will come back in 2 minutes and join us in on the other case we got going on. Please make sure y'all hit that link of the Real Mad TV crime. If you like this content, you'll absolutely love that content too as well. So make sure y'all hit that link and go over and subscribe to his channel. And we'll be back in about 2 minutes. Like I said, shout out to my panel. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to my new subscribers. I appreciate it so much. And in about no more than about 5 minutes. Until next time, True Seekers, let's just stand up and we out. I love y'all.